Okay. Yeah, that's the right camera. Don't move the computer. Then it does weird things. Uh, well, yeah, I'm a minute late or something, I think. Yeah, well, my computer says 5:56, so I have to interpolate. Okay. Well, I was writing a letter about that subject to the principal, Chris, and I was having my camcorder had downloaded the data somewhere. I have no idea. I saw where the destination was, but it didn't do that. So anyhow, uh, here we are. Um, Busy weekend. Um, got a full load of ore. Still having trouble with hard spots and demolition hammers. Hey, David, Lars. Yeah. Anyhow, so I say it's been busy. I got a dentist appointment in the morning and then an MRI in the afternoon. So Tuesday's pretty well shot for doing anything at the ranch. And I've got, let's see, today's already shot because of the special project we had to deal with. Um, well, I'm reasonably well. Eva's elbows are sore, and my elbow's a little sore, but my right hip is a little more sore. Luckily, it's only sore from sitting down. Don't know exactly why. I've always tended to stiffen up when I sit down, but last week I was trying to fuel the RC46. Oh, by the way, Chris, I figured out what it was I tripped on. It was the jack. Um, but anyhow, I got my feet tangled up in the jack and went down, and I had a choice. As I was falling, I made a conscious decision not to let my ribs contact the handle at a high rate of speed because an inch and a half square tubing jammed hard into the ribs with all my 200 pounds of amazing masculinity would probably do some serious damage. So instead, I twisted and landed awkwardly on my hip, which didn't work too well on that. And you've gone around the world 3 times, so lost touch. Wow. So anyhow, it's a little sore, but not too bad. And mainly when I sit down, that's where I was working all weekend, and I mean I was working. Yeah. As as I can clearly remember, as I was going down, it's like I know where that handle is, and I know it's just gonna smash me in the back with the end, and that's going to be a really bad thing. So I just twisted and um, hit the hip instead. Now, um, we have a special subject for tonight, and let me get the board adjusted here a little bit so that it's lined up properly. Is that better? A little more rectangular. Okay. Now, due to legal issues, I'm going to be very vague here in general, but there's the subject for tonight. Yes, we have a claim jumper. And if, I want some of that chicken. Um, the thumbnail for tonight's uh, uh, for tonight's thing is basically a steak that was right by the road. I was like, okay, what's that for? It's not ours. And then I checked, and it said it was the Southwest stake, which meant it was this one. The dashed lines are the new claim that was staked this spring, although apparently just, you know, just actually documented, posted on the ground and everything a couple weeks ago. And this was our existing claim, but this stake was real close to the road. So that got our attention. Hey, Tricky. So in addition to the usual mining this weekend, we had to go out there and check claim stakes and this and that and the other. And it's pretty clear not only did he overstake us, but that he knowingly overstaked us because he actually used our discovery stake as his discovery stake. He was nice enough to leave my documents still on it, but he did remove the label from it, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but be that as it may. So the question is going to be very, very simply in this case, did the claim owner that I work for own the mineral rights at the time this guy tried to stake a new claim on top of it? If he did not, then the new claim is valid. If he did, then the new claim is invalid. And I'm not entirely certain, but I think in both cases, damaging our claim stakes is considered to be wrong legally because they're a survey monument, and whether they're currently marking an active claim or whether they're historical monuments, I don't think matters. I'm really not sure. But if you are overstaking an old, what you think to be closed claim, you should leave all the monuments up. Okay. Yeah, Rock, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Because among other things, they may reference other stuff may be referenced off of them. So we have documentary proof that he removed the labels from at least two of our posts. He actually plucked one from the ground, removed the labels, and cast it aside. And so it appears to me a pretty clear-cut case. And I'm currently waiting for a phone call from BLM. Now, what complicates this issue is BLM up here has been so bulldozed with claims that they're running over a year behind. And Jim told me some of his stuff that they filed over a year ago are just now coming up on their system. So this claim is not on their system. Other claims we have next to this are on the system, but this one isn't yet. But just because it isn't there doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The documents were in the county recorder's office, and yeah, and if you do want to basically use their post as your corner, say, our corner is that corner, then you note that in your paperwork that this is an offset post. Another thing you can do is you can actually stake just onto their claim, and that means that whatever is not theirs automatically becomes yours. It avoids leaving little strips between claims, which can be a problem. So that's another issue there. But I say this one, you can see how much overlap there is and use the same discovery stake. Yeah. Good luck on that one. So As soon as we find out for sure from BLM, then the claim owner shall take appropriate action, which will probably involve a nasty letter from a lawyer. Yes, he did. Rock. This is actually a fairly new claim. It was staked a year and a half ago. And yeah, he paid his fees and everything. But again, because it's a fairly new claim, and the BLM has gotten thousands of new claims, and they have like 2 people, they haven't got it on the computers yet. You know, the I don't know what the old LR2000, it's what, the MRDS or something now. It's not on that system. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But yeah, he filed the papers, he paid the fees, he got his receipts back, he's got canceled checks. Should be pretty much an open and shut case. We are going on the assumption at the moment, hi, Mr. Lodak, that this was in good faith, although a bit rude. But, you know, if somebody drops a claim, I mean, you literally go out there and stake right next to there and stuff. I don't know if you can actually use their old stakes as your stakes. Not sure on what the rule is on that. But, yeah, I think that's probably what we've got, Rock, is he thinks, and this guy has a number of claims in the same county, and he's from 300 miles away, so I presume he's got other claims in other counties. New stake next to the old. That seems correct to me. That's a good question, Jeff. I'll have to try and remember to ask them. But yeah, say it's a situation. Eva was most annoyed when last week we went and saw this stake. Yeah, she's, you know, invaders and trespassers and things like that. Yeah, she was quite agitated. But it's a good subject to bring up.
It was staked when the road wasn't even friggin' open.
Yeah. The other thing is, the road was not open to normal travel at the time that he filed the claim, so that's another issue. But and
his stakes went in literally like within a day of the 90-day period. You know?
Yeah, and so let's say it's pretty interesting. But it brings up the subject: what do you do if you're putting out stakes on what you believe to be open ground? Somebody is putting stakes on your ground, whether with malicious intent, as David says, or innocent intent. Here's the rules. First of all, to my knowledge, you are not allowed to prevent someone from putting stakes in the ground. Okay? And that's because, again, it's a matter of disagreement that has to be adjudicated as to does he have the right. So as long as he's not interfering in any way, like you have an active mining operation, wants to put it right in the middle of a road, something like that, you pretty much got to let him overstake. It's kind of weird, but that's the way it is. And then you go to BLM and you resolve the issue. Now, in a lot of cases, you'll have a situation, and it makes it kind of weird, but this can happen quite commonly. Let's suppose you had, somebody's got a claim here, okay? And then you got a big company that's staking like this. Rock would know this. And so they're staking this. Now, if they try and figure out exactly where this boundary is, put the corner stakes in there, that's going to be a real pain. So they'll just overstake you. Okay? Now, what happens in a case like this is when BLM comes along, if this gets adjudicated, and what they'll do is they say, you own all the property up to their boundary. Now this one, these two here, I'm not sure exactly what happens because you now got two separated. But if you were to try and I'll expand this, let's suppose here's the existing claim and you try and put in your corner stakes here. So this claim is like this. What happens if there's a 1 or 2 foot gap there? Then there's a strip of land that nobody's got claimed. So the general procedure is you just overstake it and let the lawyers and BLM and everyone figure out exactly where the boundary is. In most cases, it's not going to matter anyhow, because unless you're mining right up to the boundary, it doesn't matter. Now, in this case, the discovery monument was on our claim, which means they have to find something, okay? Which means they have to be dealing with our minerals. And so we're looking at potentially mineral trespass here. And the situation is going to be resolved by bureaucrats and lawyers, okay? If you have a situation where somebody, I'll explain that in a second, Rock. If you have somebody who's getting really agitated and you think that violence might ensue, you got two good choices. One is to exfiltrate, if at all possible, and just get away from it, and then call the sheriff, or call the sheriff and say, look, got a guy going crazy here, and I think he may, do something to injure me.
I have an eco-terrorist on my hands.
Do not start a fight. Do not continue a fight if you can avoid it. Do document everything, video everything if possible. And if you call the sheriff, you can be holding, on the phone while they're listening to this and getting an independent record. But again, they're allowed to put stakes on your land. You're allowed to put stakes on their land. Staking is not illegal. Discovery, as Chris says, is another matter in order to have a discovery. Now, in the United States, and which is got its own laws, the rule was you had to find something which would lead a prudent man to believe he might be able to extract valuable minerals at a profit. This is called a discovery. Without a discovery, you have no claim. It starts with the discovery. Now, for example, you're hiking out deer hunting and you see a quartz outcropping and you look at it and it's mineralized and you take a chip sample and you go to the assay office and it's got gold in it and the ground is open, you're cool. That works as a discovery. If that is already claimed, taking that chip sample is theft because you didn't have the right to remove that chip sample. Okay. So I say, this is the situation where it gets a little more confusing is the discovery thing, but don't start a fight. Okay. It's document everything, get license number. In this case, I got his name and address. It's not like it's a mystery who this person is. We know where he lives in Billings and the whole 9 yards, or at least his mailing address. But even if you're right, how do you know you're right? The BLM hasn't, for some weird ass reason, disallowed your claim. I've had that happen. We filed all appropriate paperwork and they found an error in the paperwork. This is hard rock, Jeff, but either hard rock or placer both have to have discoveries. So say that's kind of the situation. I prefer not running into them in the field because that allows you to get everything documented. There's no hazards involved. Nobody's in danger, anything like that. And you can get all the documentation you want, which we have. And then, double check. I presume BLM is going to say, yep, this gentleman who I work with is the legal owner of that claim. In which case, I say that we'll probably have a lawyer write a nice little letter to say, yeah, good luck on that one, dude. And I follow the advice of the lawyer as to what he says. We could go to BLM and ask them to close his file, which might take forever, and then get bureaucrats out there looking at stuff and everything, which I prefer just avoiding bureaucrats, or might get him to just quit claim it to him. That resolves any questions without having to get the bureaucrats involved. And then, the claim owner here can just say, yeah, I've got this quit claim, close the file, and I say, but we'll let the lawyer advise us on that one. Every state has their own laws. Every BLM office has their own people with their own opinions, etc. And so Jim has a lawyer that's been working like 35 years in mining law, done most of it up here. And so he knows the ropes really well. Well, first of all, then you have to get the BLM involved. Okay. When you get the government involved, then the government says, well, what are you doing? Where's your claims? What's the deal here? What have you got? And they might find a technicality on you. I don't know. Just as a general rule, Rock, I prefer not to call the IRS on my neighbor, because then the IRS might be asking me questions, So I say that's just kind of again.
I suppose that means we can't shoot our neighbor either.
No, you can't shoot him. That's
right.
Correct.
Not even with rock salt?
No, you're not allowed to use rock salt
not
anymore.
With a frozen paintball?
Nope.
How about a rubber band? Can I use a rubber band?
It's still assault. Lars, you don't have enough information to know who it is, and I'm not going to give it to you because you just might. You're that kind of guy. I'm pretty sure it can be resolved quite easily.
Can we pay him a midnight visit and TP his house?
No, little one. You don't do anything to put yourself in a bad light if you can avoid it. But yeah, we'll determine what it is. Again, this is actually not my decision anyway. It's up to the claim owner and what he decides to do, is what he's going to do. I can give him advice, but I can't tell him what to do. My advice would be to, just a quick letter from a lawyer. Well, that's why, Mr. Lodak, no names, places, addresses, or anything involved here. But yeah, I just like to stay away from bureaucrats whenever possible, because it throws another level of uncertainty into it. I have had bureaucrats that were fun to deal with. I have bureaucrats that are impossible to deal with. You just do not know. The current administration does not give me warm and fuzzy feelings about how nice the bureaucrats are going to be to miners. So, for all I know, they'll just, and I have no clue, but I mean, they might go, we'll just invalidate both of them. I don't know. So, it's one of those situations that is unpleasant, but happens on a regular basis. Now, another thing Chris likes where he's at is he has game cameras set up so that he can document stuff. That's possible, Shaggy, but you'd have to go 300 miles to do it. And so I think, assuming that, my principal is the legal claim owner and everything I see as, no big deal. Now, another thing that I talked to Jim and Chris about. Now, Chris, I checked out the notice of intent to hold. It is used in association with the small minor waiver, not the fee. If you file the fee, you don't need a notice of intent to hold. It's not required by state law here that anyone seems to know, including the state. But what Jim likes to do is, once he's gotten his information back from the BLM, then he files it at the county recorder's office. Two reasons. Number one, it lets anyone know that, yeah, the claim's still good. But number two is that he has a secondary record of it. If, say, his records get burnt up in a house fire, he's still got the records. That sort of thing. Not at this moment, Lars. This area is so lightly trafficked, it's amazing. Nobody I can find says that, including the, what is it here? Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology, a guide to staking claims in Montana, and the mining codes of Montana. Can't find anything that references that at all. Okay. It would not be surprising that California is more stringent. But I like Jim's idea of filing the stuff at the county recorder's office as a backup. If it's a throwaway claim, one that you're not terribly care about, you don't think it's going to do much anyway, blah, blah, you might say, I don't care. The other thing is, I have had BLM do weird things with the small minor waiver stuff. It has cost me having to refile claims and stuff in the past. If you file your fee and they take your fee and they say, yes, you're all paid up, there's not much they can do to you. And there's not much motivation for them to turn down your fee. So for a claim that you really want to make sure you keep, even if you qualify for the small minor waiver, I think that might be a good way to do it. Okay. So that be the situation. The number two situation of urgency this week is we need to learn how to resharpen those masonry bits, because that kryptonite, that hard quartz, just eats them up. I tried drilling dry and pouring water down the hole and drilling wet. Yes, it's not, this claim is not the one we're working on. Ours is near that one, but it's not what we were working on. So however this matters, it doesn't affect our operations. But we're running into these quartz pockets and stuff in the vein that are just a real pain. Really tough stuff. Using those Sierra Blaster drill bits, which are quite reasonably priced, and I have no reason to believe they're not pretty durable. The Hilti bit I bought, and Hilti's a good bit. Hilti's good stuff. It didn't do any better, but I was drilling dry and changing bits every 5 seconds. I'd drill 5 seconds, chuck it, put it on side, take another one out. I have a string of 5 bits there. And drilling that way, I got about 8 inches per bit. Yeah. And the drilling went where I pour water down the hole each time I pulled a bit out and drilled. And That only got me about 3 inches per bit. Now, it could have to do with the hardness of the particular rock that I was drilling with, through. They were both basically hard quartz. And so at $6-7 a bit, that gets really pricey real fast. And the carbides are still all there. It's just that once they get a little bit rounded, boy, in this rock, that just doesn't work at all. So I'm going to be working tomorrow night, actually. I'm going to go over to Lauren's house and see what we can do in terms of sharpening these things. Shouldn't be too hard, as first of all, I don't think the angle has to be super precise. And secondly of all, it's a fairly simple thing to do on a masonry bit. So my guess is that we'll be able to do it reasonably well. And every time I go out, I just need to have, 20, 25 sharp bits with me. And then when I run into a pocket, I can just drill and pop. They are tungsten carbide inserts, Kodak. These are masonry bits, and they already have tungsten carbides. Here's a cheese ball one you can build to the claim. Bring to the claim. I'm guessing that is a drill bit sharpener. Let me look here. Yeah, that looks pretty good, Chris. Yeah, got a different little tool holder and stuff. So yeah. Okay, thank you. Now let me before I do anything else, let me save this. Oops, wrong one. Hit that. Yep. Now I can find it again. But yeah, that should do the job in the long run. But we need to get something, because the problem is not the Sierra Blaster. The Sierra Blaster has enough energy to pop the rock, but I have to get the charge in place. And that's the function of the drill. We have a Hilti, drill impact thing that is pretty good, and with a brand new bit, it'll penetrate even that kryptonite, that silica, pretty easily. And so it's just a matter of sharpening. We're just going to have to sharpen them. Now, maybe someday we'll find something that'll work all right, and still be cheap enough, like, water flushing, diamond tipped, something, rotary. I don't know. We'll see. It also may be something that becomes less of a problem in the future, but I wouldn't bet on it. This vein is very heterogeneous. It varies from inch to inch, and it can get very, very annoying in that manner. But yeah, I'll be doing some more popping in the future here, and also going to be getting an inertia reel, basically a fall protection reel. It's designed for a human being, capacity 310 pounds, but our carriage is less than 200 pounds. And it has a cable and a spring, kind of like your seatbelt. You pull it out and it retracts when not in use, sort of thing. And so by hooking that up to the carriage, if anything fails, then the fall protection reel is a completely independent backup system to prevent a free running carriage coming down. That's going to require a little bit and go from there. When I get set up with a hard enough drill, I would say to drill the holes for the Sierra Blaster, it's just 3/8 inch holes, basically 10 millimeter holes. not a problem. But that I can do with just a little hand drill, then pop it. The other stuff, the vast majority of this material breaks just fine with the Hilti or the Bosch, although I much prefer the Hilti. Now there's one thing we want to do too, and if we have time tomorrow, when I'm at Lauren's, I'd like to do this. You have your chisel bit here, and oh geez, Keith, give me a break. There's basically a hexagonal shaft, and with the Hilti, it kind of flares a little bit into a flat chisel. With the Bosch, it's a bigger shank, and it just comes down to a regular. It looks basically just like a big coal chisel. Now, in order to get better chiseling out of this, I've got some worn out Hilti bits. What I want to do is I want to cut them to where they're only that wide. And that gives me a smaller edge to work with, therefore more energy per inch. And see if Lauren can hard face an edge on here that we can sharpen and it'll stay sharp. And then we'll have something like this, but where this is hard faced. And with the Bosch, I've got maul points. We basically come down like that, basically cut it off where it's maybe 2/3 of the width and turn that into a chisel. Same thing. I want to make the edge not as long, hard face it, grind it sharp, and see what that does when it comes. I'm looking at that, Chris. I have enough extra things. We could do that. I could do single bevel, double bevel. Yeah. But anyhow, so by using a narrower edge that's hard faced and sharpened, then I think we may have something that will really penetrate, so that when we get into marginal digging, it's not the hardest stuff we've got, but harder, it may go through it a lot easier. Yeah, it only works a certain amount with this, Lars. Oh, but yeah, it's that hard spot's been annoying me for three weekends here, and I popped it twice already, but I've just run out of bits. So, got to get more bits and then pop it. And see what happens. It does seem to be getting a little narrower and kind of softer on the bottom. No problem, Rock. You got to do what you got to do. Jim is not here tonight because the trucker's hauling equipment from his old place where he was mining in southern Montana. Called him this morning, said they were on their way, and they have not showed up. So he has to be there to meet them and guide them in and offload them. And so, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But dealing with these hard spots, that's my biggest problem. Right now, the vein's getting pretty good wide. Well, I hope so too. But when you have multiple trucks, the chance of it taking out both trucks is kind of unlikely. Yeah, the problem with an 80-pound air hammer is you also need a 100 CFM air compressor. Yeah, one would stop for the other, but they make these things called cell phones, Rock. I would think if they stopped It could be someplace where there's no cell coverage. That does happen in Montana. Then, they just call. It was going to be a while, and one truck could even go on into town, get to the next cell coverage or whatever. I don't know. Right now, we have no clue. Satellite rock, satellite. But anyhow, so that's why he's not here again this week, or at least that's what he says. But
I'm sure he's listening. Maybe.
I don't know. I haven't seen. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Well, that would make sense if you were actually going to be blasting. I agree. Or if you're putting in rock bolts. This is somebody else's property, B. I'm basically working for him. Yeah, John, that sounds about right. So yeah, I say this is not my mine, but it is nice in terms of, he's the one paying for the equipment and such, so that makes it pretty nice. I'm really wanting to make this happen here. I think the milling, with the exception of getting the gold back out of the resin, is pretty well, doable. Not yet tricky, but she was very interested in that. She wishes to. We need to get us a, let me put that on the list here, cast iron pan. But Assay, it's right now throughput and grade, which multiplied together, exactly, David, gives you gold production. Mill's doing okay in terms of its capacity and such. The mining is a bit of the bottleneck right now, and that's mainly because of hard spots. The width of the vein is now opening up, and another thing that's frustrating is we have Tricky says that method works really well. His adjective is superbly.
I'm going to read over that email in great detail.
But anyhow, so as I was saying, the vein is widening out pretty good. Even with all the, that's a good one, Lars. Even with all the crap we had to do extra this week, we still came back with pretty much a full load of ore. And I attribute that to the ore itself is digging pretty easily, and the vein is pretty wide. It's 24 inches right now, basically, except for where that hard spot kind of squeezes it down. That's another thing I need to do too. I need to start getting more samples of the quartz crushed up and sent off for assay. And because I'm not sure whether or not that's ore or waste. Previous samples have gone ore. So at the moment, I'm sending it as ore. But I really don't know. I know that the laboratory assays on what we are throwing into the agitation tank, which is a composite of not only vein material, but also some wall rock, etc. And but it's still only running about a third of what we'd really like it to. So I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right, Rock. Especially crushing only 20 mesh. Yeah, I'm going to be stockpiling it off to the side. But the the variability makes you, every time you hit some new kind of rock, it's like, okay, is that ore or waste? You're chasing ore to the wall, and then the wall is really broken up and filled with black stuff between the broken pieces and stuff. And it's like, should I throw that over the dump or I think I'll take it to the mill. And also, right now, I'm having trouble making tonnage quota. And so, it's like, when in doubt, I'll just take it. It'll fill buckets. If, on the other hand, we're having no trouble filling buckets with the really good stuff, it might go to a different location. It's very annoying when things are so variable. Very annoying indeed. Eva's working on getting a capability to assay. Oh, yeah, and let me check something else here. I was looking for litharge the other night, and unfortunately, they were out at Pioneer. And let's see if they've got their litharge. Boy, my eyes are going to crap. Sample splitters, litharge, flux, and lead. Litharge. Come on. Litharge. Maybe now they have no litharge. There we go. Granular. Gold-free granular assay litharge. Coarse assay litharge. Gold-free coarse assay litharge. Gold and silver-free coarse assay litharge. And 55 pounds of gold and silver-free assay litharge powder, which is $100 more than the gold-free granular assay litharge. What would you think, Chris? Yeah, Legend. And we had one out where I used to be in Gallup, New Mexico, on the way to the United Nuclear Church Rock mine called the Dead Horse Saloon. I believe it's lead 1 oxide. So, Chris, we have a choice between the gold-free granular assay litharge and the gold and silver-free powdered litharge. $258 for the powdered, $169 for the gold-free granular. And Rock suggests bismuth. Works just as well, isn't nearly as poisonous. They have that too at Legend.
I would like to try.
And
I also want to have litharge on here.
Yeah. Lauren, if you're watching, we're going to go halvies on this. What is your thought on that? Yeah, I don't want to go granular and then run it through a blender, Lars. That's the powder. That's the problem, is the powdered lead oxide. That's bad juju. You have to make it lead and silver free. That's the fire. I mean, that's the situation there. Are you there, Lauren? While we're doing that, let me go see bismuth. I saw bismuth. There's bismuth. Bismuth oxide, 55 pounds. Call for price. Bismuth assay boats, cups, 181. Bismuth assay boat covers, 10 pounds of bismuth, $111. Call for price. Now that's always scary for bismuth oxide. So that's got me scared. As long as you know. Okay, Lorna, it's $170 for the gold-free granular litharge, or $260 for the gold and silver-free powdered litharge. Do you have a preference?
But it's whatever Lauren wants.
Yeah. Say, my thought is the granular gold free. As Rock Butcher says, you can always assay for the silver and see how much is in it and then correct.
Yep, that's what I'll be doing when I start assaying.
Yep. Still waiting for a response from Lauren. I wonder if this is the YouTube. I still like the cheaper granular. Me too. Okay, we'll go with the cheaper granular. I didn't see your comment if you said so before. No, I don't see it. I didn't make it through, Lauren. It's okay. Cheaper granular. Okay. Litharge. They sometimes are difficult to deal with. I've had to actually talk to a human being there at least once. Eva's planning on, we've been using coarse.
I'm going to be assaying everything.
She's planning on using a mortar and pestle. It's YouTube, yeah. And. So yeah, I'll do that tomorrow between appointments and get that on the way. Could be. It's hard to tell. Well, I say we shall see what we shall see, Chris. Bought another couple lithium batteries for my flashlight on the hard hat. And it came in handy because I burned up 2 of them this weekend, so I'm recharging those. Let's see. There's just not enough time in the week. Because with you and me out of town basically almost 4 days. I mean, we left like 11 o'clock Friday morning. We got back, 2:30 this afternoon?
Yeah.
And then to try and get more well, I've already got some light down there, Chris. Hoist bell, I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do yet. But yeah, probably fairly soon. I think that inertia reel's more important. Yeah, that's right, Tricky. But my thing in particular is that you're trying to make a weekly cycle, and we need 4 days mining and 4 days milling. 4 plus 4. Yeah, unless I'm a progressive, that just doesn't pencil out. Yeah, that sounds right, John. Any production numbers yet? Not that I'm allowed to give out. Although we're total ore production is a little better than a ton per week being hauled back to the mill. You know, but Assay, we got a fair amount of gold in resin right now, but until we figure out exactly how we want to production extract that, you know, we shall see. Um, but both Eve and I are getting stronger. She was handling some pretty big buckets this weekend at the bottom of the high line. How are your elbows doing, little one?
That weird tingly feeling is still there, and they're a little sore.
Little sore and a weird tingly feeling in the elbows.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't have too much trouble on the rotating shifts thing, but I thought it was foolish to do it when unnecessary. And they seem to, I mean, I was working at Goldfields one time. They come out with some weird ass schedules like 7 days on day shift, 3 days on graveyard, 2 days on this. Oh my God. It was ridiculous. It's like, look, we're working 12-hour shifts. It's like crew A works 3 12-hour shifts, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday during the day. Then crew B works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at night. Crew C works Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday day. Crew D works Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. Then just alternate the the Thursday, so that every 2 weeks, everyone works the same thing. Yeah. I say that whole switching from day to night, etc. It's tough to sleep when you need to. Yeah, well, right now I'm about 20 feet away and I just yell, hoist away! Stop! Stuff like that. She handles where to stop up top. I handle where to stop down bottom. But yeah, it's going to get farther and farther away. I agree, Resort Dog. Switching shifts on a regular basis, every week, it's not good for people. I say, and that thing I came up with is like, you can work everyone the same shift all the time, and then switch every 2 months. Day goes to nights, night goes to day. Whoop-de-doo. I bet you there's a lot of people who prefer, no, I just want to work nights. No bosses, no bullshit.
Nothing civilized happens before 10 in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way, Resort. That's kind of the way it is with us, except we're trying to get so much done so fast that we are pushing it.
Wow. That's interesting.
What?
Today is Joe Biden's 93rd day on vacation for this year. Since taking office, he has spent 228 days on vacation.
228 days on vacation.
Good for him.
Because Joe Biden needs all the rest he can to do all the wonderful work he's doing. But this weekend, last night I was actually feeling fairly good when I went to bed. The night before I was pretty exhausted, and I slept from 9 o'clock till 7 in the morning, something like that. Demented or dementiaed, there's two things there. Either one I think works. And no, when I'm out there, I am working my butt off. Let's see. Saturday, I got up at 7 or a little bit before 7. I hit the road hiking before 8. Got back about 11:30. And then got to work mining at noon, worked till about 8. And as I say, it just, yeah. So I have been sleeping some long hours too when I'm out there. I don't spend much time besides sleeping and mining. Absolutely. I'm I'm surprised how
Wow.
well my body's holding up. But yeah,
The New York Times has spoken again.
the New York Times has spoken again.
Republicans of color are distorting the American dream.
Republicans of color are distorting the American dream. Okay. But anyhow,
Just saying.
Deep Enough by Frank A. Crampton. No, I have not. You're welcome, John. Um, what is it about, Argonaut? Yeah, it's fun when we send them to the place. I think, oh, Martha's Vineyard and oh, what's that one? Uh, Aspen, Colorado, place like that. I mean, they're so heavily biased in favor of one demographic. They need diversity because diversity is strength. They're obviously very, very weak. So we need to send them lots of diversity post haste. That's my thought. Well, not my thought. Sorry. That was Tucker Carlson. But yeah. Oh, that's great, Rock. Taught him how to channel sample. Was that with a hammer and chisel or with a power chisel?
I want a cone and quarter.
Yeah. Oh, a saw cut it. Wow, man. That's still pretty good, Rog. That's a nice methodology. That's a really good thing. Yeah, I find it interesting the young people that have never been out of the cities sort of thing. They just don't seem to be very grounded in reality.
I just had to explain to somebody how to make vinegar.
Okay, what is this you just sent? Okay, take care, Tricky. Thanks for all the help. Let's see what Chris sent me here. No, no, no. Don't leave site. Open link in new tab. Oops, something went wrong. I'm not sure what the link was, Chris, but it doesn't seem to be working too well. Anyhow, so it was really good. Oh, another thing that happened was I was out Saturday morning uh, checking the claim stakes and such. And Eva was up eating breakfast and she heard a couple of what she thought were gunshots. And I have no reason to believe that she was not correct, but I didn't hear them. So it must have been closer to her or whatever. You know how it is with gunshots. And so she tried calling me, and my cell phone had somehow got switched to silent mode. So she took the quad up to the mine, got on top of the ridge, and first thing I knew, I heard her yelling my name. You know, she's out looking for me because she didn't know what was going on, but she's not going to sit back in camp wondering. Yep. Cool, Rock. That's nice. So, as I, she was up there, and oh, here's a good one. Everybody, I have a Garmin GPS, an old one, like 20 years older. It was working just beautifully, and it was in my pocket, my lower pants pocket, and I was taking a sample, and I heard it beeping and everything. I took it out, and the screen looked blank, and couldn't figure out what was going on. And I say she should have got me by cell phone, except it was turned to silent accidentally. But anyhow, the screen actually has stuff on it. It's just so faded out that it's essentially invisible. And I have no idea what happened. I took the batteries out overnight to hopefully go back to factory resets. And it's not, I mean, you can read it on the screen, you know, but I have to use a magnet. Eva can see it if she just holds the light right. Anyone have any idea what the hell happened and how we unhappen it? The backlight is broken. Well, it's broken. Can it be turned off somehow? Screen connector may have overheated, so contrast. In the next morning where it was nice and cool, it didn't do that. There is a setting for screen intensity. I don't have the instructions, but I'm sure we can look it up. Backlighting is off or low, yeah. Yeah, grayer is what it is. Very, very light. Very, very little contrast. It's all just gray. Okay. I don't think it's fried because A, it's worked a long time flawlessly, and B, and I say I was leaning and my leg was against a rock and it just went beep, 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 beep. So I'm thinking, somehow I got to that setting for screen intensity. We'll have to see what it is. Contrast. Yeah. Well, which model? I don't know. It's in the truck. I didn't bring it up here. It's an old. It's yellow. It's about that big, about the size of an old walkie-talkie. Push or hold the up button. I tried holding a number of buttons and couldn't get anything to work, but I might have been on the wrong screen for it to work, whereas before it was on the right screen to work. Who knows? An E-Rex, huh? Yeah. I could sit there. That's what I could do. I could go down when Eva's doing her tinfoil hat report and see about snatching it and go from there. But yeah, I think it's just a setting. John, my Garmin GPS, the screen decided to go all wonky on me, but I think it's a setting somewhere. And it's because it's still working. It just you can't really read the screen worth of crap. I have to use my loop and then get the light right also. But yeah, I'll go down and get it come tinfoil hat report, and then we'll see if we can figure it out.
So my interpreter is fluffing off again, huh?
Yes, the sign language interpreter. Yep. Okay. Reboot it with nitric acid. Sounds fun. Not necessarily too effective for what I need. But yeah. Actually, um, I have a video up on the internet at Buddha Bear's Den. It should be up there. Um, and I had a microphone was, you put the microphone here and then it, links to your camcorder and stuff. The problem is, if any of the connections are bad, you don't know it until you go to edit the video and it's like that. So I decided to see how much damage I could do with a 308 to a radio microphone. And in front of a piece of steel plate, surprisingly little damage. You got a hole through the radio microphone, and then the spall just kind of scuffed up the back of the case. And then I took a small rock and put it in front of the microphone and shot the rock. That worked very nicely indeed. That pretty much obliterated it. Well, I didn't have any explosives, but I had kinetic energy. So it pretty much accomplished the same effect. But yeah, let's say that was kind of annoying. I really hated that. Let me see if it's still there. See if I can call up a new tab to YouTube here, just out of curiosity, whether it will do it. Oh, there I am. BUDDHABEAR. I don't know if it was apostrophe S or not. Apostrophe S. Buddha Bear's Den. BUDDHA Bear's Den. And the Minor Bago, Sit Rep, Museum of Clean. Well, that was pretty cool. And cinder block is tougher than steel. Yeah, I think I had to take that one off because I had some friends from a foreign country that were handling weapons in that. And apparently, that's against the rules. They weren't aware of it, nor was I. But anyhow, so there's contrast and brightness. Okay. Well, I will bring it up here when Eva's running the show for a little bit, and then we can play with it. Oh, but yeah, that was very, very annoying because I still wanted to go find at least one more steak, but I couldn't hardly read the damn thing. So, what do you do? Oh, I think I need a drink. I know Lars does. He always does. But I won't mind saying this is getting a pretty tiring. Um, I don't have a smartphone. Eva does, and I don't know how well the GPS works where we're at. She has limited.
It's not all that amazing. I used to have an app on my phone that would take a picture and put your lat long and stuff.
Yeah.
It got pretty damned inaccurate in the middle of nowhere.
Got pretty inaccurate in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Yeah, we need something that'll get you within, 10 or 20 feet.
And, I could get you within 20 feet.
Oh, well, okay. I'll bet you would, Lars. I bet you would. But, yeah, I'd say this weekend was our most strenuous, although not quite the most productive. But it it was pretty productive. We came back with a whole trailer full of buckets. Oh, some of that stuff's pretty heavy. The density varies by what I'm throwing in the bucket. You can you're looking at it, feel the same. It's like, yeah, yeah. Whoa! Well, you want a half full bottle in front of you, then, right? For all you drinking folks. I don't drink much
I'd
because
rather
it
have
just
a
puts me
bottle
to
in
sleep.
front of me than a frontal lobotomy.
That's what he said. See, she knows that one too, Lars.
It's an existential blues. Of course I know.
I think they'd want too much of a premium Kodak. Besides, then once you've sold it, it's now taxable income. If you recover it yourself from your own property, it's not taxable until you sell it. It's not reportable until you sell it. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't change that rule here too. They're talking about what do you call that? Yeah, unrealized capital gain. They want to tax unrealized capital gains. Are they going to refund unrealized capital losses then? It ain't a gain until you realize it. The stuff they come up with is like, okay, you want to destroy the economy. There you go. That'll do it. Well, you're going to sell this house in 30 years and make money off of it. So you need to pay taxes on it now. Kind of, what do you call that? Takes the motivation away. I'm not sure, Argonaut. I know different states have different rules. I think Chris says that the state of California has like a 5% tax you have to pay on gold. But I'm pretty sure that's when you sell it, not when you make it. What's the skinny on that, Chris? Do they tax the gold when you make it or when you sell it? He lives there. Poor guy. When you sell it, most places, $5 per ounce production tax. Okay, when you make it, they try and charge it. Wow. How do we make gold from dirt, or in my case, from rock? It's alchemy. It's turning into alchemy. Oh my goodness. Let's see. By the way, let me do a little calculating here. So 0.38 2 times 34. Yep. The solution assays are tracking with 100% recovery roughly from the fire assay. Yeah, we're gonna save a little money. We're gonna just start relying on the solution assays of the batches.
And me assaying stuff because I can.
Chicken broth and oregano. Oh, that's another thing that got really annoying this weekend. We went out there and we had quart cans, quart jars of food, one of which was basically roast beef, just beef chunks. And the idea was beef with gravy. And unfortunately, it hadn't sealed properly, so we had to throw it out. And
or it had unsealed.
So what we had left was beef chili, chicken chili, and a small thing of beef chili. It's like, I really need to do a better job of stocking this thing.
I think we should start bringing 4 jars instead of just 3.
Well, I think we can fit 4 in that rack down there without too much trouble.
Or we can take one of our little boxes and put it in the back of boats.
Yeah, it's a lot more hassle. I'd say I just see any animals eat out. Actually, very few animals where we're at. On the top of the ridge there, we've seen elk scat, deer scat. I think I saw some wolf scat this trip. Very rare to see anything but deer. And it was, there's no cows over there. There's no elk when we're there. We have seen deer. We have seen any other critters besides that one little bunny rabbit?
Nope.
Yeah,
I haven't even seen a fox.
I think I'm going to call
I've
him.
seen chipmunks. I've seen squirrels.
I think I'm going to call him Claim Jumper because he's right there by that guy's corner post. We're driving on the road.
Yeah.
So that cottontail is now officially Claim Jumper.
We also saw the same cottontail or a relative of his over by Bubs earlier.
Yeah.
Seen a bat.
Yeah, I think we saw a bat this
I've seen
weekend.
birds, including a hummingbird.
Yeah, birds. But yeah, big animals, no, just deer. Occasionally.
And they're not even up close where we are.
Yep. No wombats.
No water up there.
Have we seen any lizards even up there?
No.
No.
No snakes either.
No snakes, no lizards. Oh, we have pack rats.
Well, there's no water.
Yeah. We have pack rats in the mine. Does that count?
No free water, you're not going to get wildlife.
Yeah. We don't have any running water, pools, lakes, springs, anything like that. Further down the road there where they got not that I'm aware of, Chris. We in the general area we do have grizzly bear, black bear, and mountain lions, but I never heard of wolverines. Rock might have wolverines up where he's at, but no wolverines here. Yeah, they had a woman killed by a grizzly bear last year here near a town. And to give you an idea how stupid some people are, she was in a tent, like camping behind some friend's house or whatever. This deer came out, and I mean, this bear was there causing a bit of a ruckus. They chased it away, and then she just went back to sleeping in the tent. That was her last mistake. The next time there was a ruckus and they got to her, that there was nothing that could be done. But yeah.
Predating bears.
Yep. That's it. I have heard that we have more grizzlies than we need up here by a significant fraction.
No, that would not surprise
I'm
me.
not an expert. Anyhow, somebody is going to do her thing here. And I will go down and get a GPS while I'm thinking of it.
Well, hurry up about it.
Oh.
Howdy, howdy.
Sitting on that.
And yeah, Chris, the Darwin Award. Seems to be a whole lot of them. Lars, I would love some lizards. I like lizards. Lizards are cool. Hi, Mr. Lodak. How are your charts looking, by the way? Are the charts as weird as real life? I mean, just asking. Real life, if you may have noticed lately, is getting a little weird. Hi, Shaggy. Yeah, real life is getting a little weird, folks. Now, that could just be the goddess's opinion, but real life seems to be a little bit weird. Whoa, good for you, Mr. Lodak. 72%. Mm-hmm. I hope you're putting that in real money instead of fake money. Hi, Chris. Thank you for the advice on the phone the other day. And don't worry, I won't blow myself up with the rocket fuel yet. I might blow up the furnace with the rocket fuel after I get a new one. Just, for fun. For science. One of those things. We had an interesting week at the mine because last week, as Professor Hardrock told you, I saw a claim stake. There had been an interloper, a criminal type. This criminal type has defaced our monuments. So, yes, the goddess is extraordinarily displeased by this event. I would not be poisoning myself anyway. I wear full PPE, you know. Hi, Lauren. Yep. Um, that would not surprise me, Kodak. As a matter of fact, really weird and potentially too much information time. When I was younger and still um, fertile, this is a good word, fertile, during certain times of the month, I could not be around dogs because even dogs that normally were nice, friendly, happy dogs became growling, snarling dogs that bit me. So, yeah, it's not a good idea. Women should indeed confine themselves to the red tent during certain times of the month. And Chris, yeah, that's why the hydrazine is going to be listed as last resort shit that I'm going to stare at longingly while I play with everything else because it's looking a little problematic, and even the goddess has her doubts about this whole hydrazine thing. You know, you want to know how bad people have gotten. I had to explain to someone earlier how to make vinegar, where vinegar comes from. I had to explain to this person that yes, indeedy, you can make your own vinegar. You can also make your own buttermilk. You can also make your own yogurt. Yeah, this is a very, very sad state of affairs. Apparently, this is another piece of the common sense database that has been memory holed at some point, along with other shit, you know. Hi, Indiana Gold Getter. He's right here. Bear, Indiana Gold Getter is saying hello to you.
Hi.
Because you're not here doing your job.
You're here doing your job.
So, what's been going on in the mining world? Well, BHP Group's annual profit jumped on higher commodity prices, as we all know, and good for BHP. They can stuff it on a lot of their projects, of course. Antofagasta's Twin Metals sues U.S. government over Minnesota copper project. Good luck to them. Let's see what they're up to. Antofagasta PLC's Twin Metals subsidiary sued the U.S. government on Monday in a bid to revive its proposed Minnesota copper and nickel mine, which the Biden administration officials had blocked this year over concerns it could pollute a major recreational waterway. Now, granted, those concerns may well be valid. However, the suit, which had been expected, said the lease cancellations in January, which is going to lead to something else the goddess is going to bring up here, by the U.S. Department of Interior were arbitrary and capricious. And the Twin Metals should have the right to prove its project can meet environmental standards. The underground mine would, if built, be a major U.S. source of copper and nickel, two metals crucial for the green energy transition. The only existing U.S. nickel mine is set to close by 2025. Now, what could possibly go wrong with that idea? Representatives, a measure passed by Congress this month would link the electric vehicle tax credit to minerals produced in the United States or in allied nations, a requirement that Twin Metals says its mine shows its mine should be built. Representatives for the Interior Department could not be immediately reached for comment. Twin Metals asked the U.S. District Court in Washington to restore the leases, which were first granted in 1966 and have been passed between successor companies. No mining has taken place at that site. Our leases were illegally canceled by the government. We want to stand up for what's right and what's prescribed by law, said Dean DeBelts, Twin Metals Director of Operations and Safety. Opponents say U.S. environmental standards are too lax. Really now. And even if Twin Metals were to meet them, the proposed mine could pollute the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, a 1.5 million acre, 405,000 hectare preserve on the U.S.-Canada border. A water-rich environment is the wrong place to mine, said Becky Rom of the Campaign to Save the Boundary Waters, a Minnesota conservation group. The lawsuit is almost a last-ditch effort on their part to try to somehow shoehorn in a mine. Both DeBelts and Rom live in the proposed mine site, live near, and both have used their personal proximity to argue for and against the mine, respectively. The White House last fall proposed a 20-year ban on mining in the Boundary Waters, a separate but related step to halt the mine. That proposed ban is in the regulatory review process now. Regulatory review process? Really? They're still pretending they're using the regulatory review process. That is an interesting data point. Congress is considering legislation that would permanently ban mining in the region. Ivan Arriagada, chief executive of Chile-based Antofagasta, told Reuters earlier this month he expects the rising demand for EV metals to work in the project's favor. The wave seems to be moving in the direction of realizing these projects need to be done. In related news, the goddess has been watching the events on federal lands with increased trepidation for some time now, and she has kept her counsel. I mean, after all, I hate being right all the time. Let somebody else be right occasionally, especially since it's always bad news. This is very ominous, people. We now have an eco-terrorist in charge of the BLM, which we all knew, okay? A genuine, dyed-in-the-wool, absolutely confirmed eco-terrorist tree spiker, which is the worst kind, who sold out her fellow tree spikers, which is equally disgusting. I mean, if you're going to be an eco-terrorist, you should at least be an honorable one and stand up for your beliefs. When, the rubber meets the road, that's just, that's just the goddess's point of view. Regardless of your view, you should stand for something here. We have now seen this administration canceling oil and gas leases that had been existing for some time and were actually in use. We have seen this administration fiddle-faddle around and accidentally sort of on purpose miss deadlines to put oil and gas leases up for lease. Oh dear, we missed a deadline, and yeah, that's totally illegal, but it's not like anybody pays attention to the law in this matter. We have seen this administration do the same with timber leases. So far, I haven't heard anything about range leases, but it would not surprise me. And now we have here a case of this administration going after mining leases. Now, the tinfoil hat goddess has something of a bizarre theory here that ties in with silver and gold prices. We all know that gold prices are manipulated all to hell and back by the banks. This has now been proven in court more than once. Not that any substantive change has come due to this, but most recently we had a few more people convicted of it, and somebody else just got charged with gold spoofing again the other day. And silver prices are just as manipulated as gold, if not more so. So, follow the goddess's train of thought here. We have a whole lot of mines, like Hecla and First Majestic, for instance, both primary silver mines and primary gold with a high amount of silver mines, that have property on federal land. They hold leases the same way that we hold gold mining claims. And the goddess has to wonder, the federal government has a vested interest in keeping gold and silver prices as low as humanly possible because they don't want competition for fiat because, of course, we need the fiat to stay the world reserve currency. Not that that's going to be the case much longer the way things are going. I mean, not to put too pointed. fine a point on it, but I just read a little squawk that I'm still looking to confirm that apparently Vlad the Invader has signed something over there that says that as of a couple of months from now, US dollars will no longer be permitted as a means of investment, which is interesting. And we know that the BRICS nations as a whole are talking about floating a reserve currency that they can use amongst themselves that is based on a basket of metals, durable commodities, and a few other commodities. Well, the federal government has a very vested interest in making sure that the fiat currency that we have, that looks remarkably like monopoly money these days, remains the world reserve. As part of this, they need to keep the prices of gold and silver as suppressed as humanly possible. Now, you have a whole bunch of mines of all kinds, copper and nickel mines and gold mines and silver mines that happen to be located on federal land that the federal government is not constitutionally allowed to own in the first place, that are being leased. And these mining companies, in some cases, like this copper mine, have been paying these leases for years and years and years as they go through the long and arduous permitting process and everything else. Some of these mines have actually been in production for years and years and years, and amazingly enough, never got patented because even though the federal government is supposed to be patenting mines, they stopped doing that a long time ago. So it stands to reason that if, as is now being forecast this week, gold has a hard ceiling of $1,800 an ounce and may go as low as $1,500, and silver may go as low as $17 to $15. What is to stop those sociopaths in DC from announcing, well, since you can't realistically make a profit on this metal any longer, we're going to exercise the anti-despoilation laws and the environmental laws, etc. We're going to revoke your leases because there's no way you can make any money on these mines. So get the fuck out. Oh, and by the way, we're going to close the land for all future mineral exploration because climate change or something along those lines. The goddess is beginning to get seriously worried about this. In fact, I've been dreaming about it for quite a while now, and that's usually a bad sign. But at any rate, other things have been happening in the news, as we all know. Apparently, despite the fact that we are, in fact, in a de facto recession, despite the fact that the housing charts look horrible, the employment charts look horrible, all the other charts that say everything about what makes an economy healthy or not look horrible, and the US dollar is now at parity with the euro, which is looking really horrible these days, the prices of gold and silver are still somehow magically in the toilet. Yes, real money is on sale, people. You know what this means. Grab your fiat, back up the truck at the local coin shop, and get real money because it's on sale. This is always a good thing, okay? Anytime real money is on sale. Wow. 7,600 votes changed in your county, huh? That doesn't surprise me. Mr. Lodak, what do your charts say about where gold and silver is going? And Paul wants to know, can he run his 20, his 30, his 50, and his 100 all on a sluice run, turning the water down as he goes, or should he run separately? So, Mr. Lodak, what are your charts showing as the floor at this point? Yes, that means mash. What are your charts showing as the floor at this point? I'm hearing numbers as low as 16 to 17 for gold and 15 for silver. And I'm just curious as to what the charts show. And do you think your charts are doing anything strange lately, or are charts behaving the way you would expect them to behave? Mr. Lodak, by the way, in case anyone's interested, is the absolute wizard of charts around here. The goddess is not generally a chart person. We have an official chart wizard, that's Mr. Lodak. So if you have a chart question, ask him.
Paul, you should be able to run all of those at different water and steepness settings, but different materials, different mats will do a different job. And you may want to be changing mats at different points in that.
So, in other news here, inflation plus a weaponized IRS equals an off-grid investing boom. For those who missed the news, yeah, we're somehow magically acquiring a whole bunch more IRS agents. It has something to do with this thing they call the Inflation Reduction Act. Oh, the job posting, by the way, that went viral was absolutely real until the IRS took it down and memory hold it. Seeing it saying, willing to use deadly force was kind of interesting. The Orwellian named Inflation Reduction Act passed both houses of Congress and is now on its way to the White House for Joe Biden's signature. The politicians responsible for multi-trillion-dollar federal deficits and a Federal Reserve which is completely out of control plan to reduce inflation by spending another $700 billion they don't have. In other words, they plan to do more of the exact same thing, which makes every Federal Reserve note worth less, but claim credit for battling the price inflation wreaking havoc on Americans' budgets. The measure includes funding for a variety of climate and healthcare initiatives. Supporters of the bill still have the audacity to argue the measures will reduce expenses. Oh, and by the way, according to the administration, these initiatives are going to save 3,800 lives a year by the year 2030. Oh, wonderful. Fantastic. The goddess is thrilled. Skeptics aren't buying it, but the Wall Street Journal reports the Biden administration and Democrats have pushed back on those criticisms, arguing the package's provisions would help lower some important costs for families, such as those for health care and prescription drugs. Maybe there's a few people who believe more government intervention will improve efficiency and control costs. Most know better. 1760 continuing to fail to hold today. Come back down to test support at 1689. Thank you, Mr. Lodak. I really appreciate it. You are the chart guru. The bill includes nearly $50 billion in funding for the IRS so it can hire 87,000 new bureaucrats. The agency will more than double in size. It's bigger than the Israeli army. IRS officials want at least some of these new people to be armed and ready to use lethal force while enforcing the tax code. The Journal touches on the only believable argument for the bill's ability to reduce inflation. Legislation that reduces the deficit could help cool inflation by reducing aggregate demand in the economy, economists said. Translated from economist speak, this means Americans who are demoralized and intimidated by the IRS will pay more taxes while spending and investing less. Yeah, that's about right. The IRS is notorious for its guilty until proven innocent posture toward taxpayers. Oh, absolutely. Under the leadership of Lois Lerner, the agency has been weaponized against conservatives. Trust in American institutions has already hit an all-time low. Confidence will likely take another leg down. The move may drive the next wave of investors to have a look at physical bullion. The political class isn't planning to spend less in order to fight inflation. They prefer the most draconian approach to controlling prices, a reduction in aggregate demand. That is bad news for conventional assets and stocks in particular. Investors may begin searching for assets which are off the grid and less vulnerable to inflation and financial turmoil, as well as snooping by the legion of new IRS employees. The ownership of physical gold and silver products is not tracked in centralized databases. I would put a caveat on that. As long as you don't buy using credit cards online or store in somebody else's vault. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Okay? That's where we are. Hi, Rock Butcher. But that is where we are in that regard. When it comes to gold and silver, I do tend to agree with the bears that are coming out of the woodwork now and saying that we're going to be testing lower price limits over the next couple of weeks. I also tend to believe that means it's a great buying opportunity for anybody with half a brain because there's only so much actual physical stuff hanging around. When it comes to what's happening with silver in particular, which is my favorite thing, everybody else can have all the pretty yellow stuff, including him. Um, the first people that are going to suffer are going to be the primary silver miners in the United States because I think our government is about to go on the warpath, and prices are not helping in that regard. For anyone who is looking at what is going on in mining, bear in mind that copper mines and iron mines are our canaries in the coal mine. They are the ones that signal boom and bust cycles upcoming. If we start seeing copper mines cutting back on exploration, cutting back on production, going into care and maintenance, if we start seeing iron mines doing that, then we know that our personal shit has really hit the fan here, which is not a great thing. Okay, Mr. Lodak. 1689. Do you happen to have a support number for silver? Because I'm curious. I am hearing numbers as low as 15, and if it's really going to go that low in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to want to put some extra cash aside so I can take advantage and take advantage of the gold. And speaking of which, also take advantage of groceries because I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to that whole Lake Mead thing. Okay. There's a lake in Arizona called Lake Mead. It's like behind this thing called Hoover Dam. Okay. Lake Powell is up above it, and a whole bunch of shit. 7 other states get water from the Colorado River. Lake Mead is about this close to Deadpool status. Now, nobody is talking about the deeper problem here. Everyone's talking about, well, if Lake Mead hits Deadpool, then the lights go out for tens of millions of people, which is absolutely true. Okay. But the problem is this: did Lake Mead yet pass what they call the point of no return? There is a certain water level in Lake Mead that if it goes below that water level and stays there, unless they get gully washer rain for years, it can't recover. Nobody's addressing that problem. Nobody is also addressing the fact that Lake Powell apparently still has quite healthy levels, so the water is just not being released into Mead. But things got bad enough this week that they finally put in some serious water restrictions, and farmers in quite a few localities are sending their herds to early processing, and they're plowing their fields under, and they're harvesting what they can and sending it off to get whatever they can for it because they can't keep it growing. Those water restrictions are going to impact 7 western states. Ours, of course, is not one of them because Montana is amazing and Arizona sucks rocks. We all know this. No offense to anyone who is still in Arizona. You're perfectly entitled to keep the place. Okay. I do like the Grand Canyon, though. It is pretty. These are not the only farmers that are harvesting early. These are not the only farmers that are sending their livestock for early process. And when you put that together with the amazing overflow of articles in the last month, the number of articles concerning eating Z bugs and how amazing insect protein is for you in the last month has grown exponentially. It's amazing. All kinds of voices have suddenly decided that crickets are the saving grace of the world, or mealworms or laboratory grown crickets. Yeah, 3D printed meat from insect protein is something else that is now seriously being discussed. Couple that with our FDA relaxing the guidelines as to how many insects and insect parts can be in your food, specifically peanut butter in this case. Couple that with more companies seeking permits to include insect protein in your various snack foods. And you really have to wonder, how long have we actually been eating Z bugs and not knowing it? At least those of us who don't eat keto. I can pretty much guarantee that if I've been eating Z bugs, I have been eating very few of them, since I don't eat most of the products that are prone to have bugs in them. But that is just an interesting question. One of many, many interesting questions the goddess is having these days with this great push toward bugs. We have also heard this week that the Germans have decided that they're not going to try to save gas by keeping their nuclear power plants open. Everybody might as well be cold while they're eating Z bugs. And extolling the virtues of not taking showers, instead taking sponge baths with wet washcloths, which is quite interesting. Just another one of those wonderful things in this brave new world. Oh, I will say that I have been doing my part. The goddess and Professor Hardrock, 3 to 4 days a week, go without showers entirely. We only wash our hands because we're out in the field busting our asses at a mine where there's no running water. But just saying, I mean, we are doing our part here. We are doing our part. We are foregoing showers 4 days a week. It's all right. The goddess, at least, doesn't smell. I can't say as much for Professor Hardrock.
Hey, hey!
What? I can't. You are one stinky asshole bear.
Oh. The question is,
Well,
did this thing get worse after?
Paul, I think it would depend on what parts of the insect are on the pizza, okay? What parts of the insect are on the pizza? Indiana, I actually don't have an objection to eating Z bugs. If I can get some cricket flour, I absolutely want to try cricket flour. I like fried worms, okay? The goddess likes fried worms. This is a known fact. What I object to is people getting sneaky about me eating Z bugs. What I object to is people telling me that I am a bad person if I refuse to eat Z bugs. What I object to is people mandating that I eat Z bugs while they eat steak. And what I really object to is a story I read that turned out to actually be true, that apparently in Germany now, the default burger at Burger King is a veggie burger. And if you want a meat patty, you have to specify. No, 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 no. The goddess is all about choice. The goddess has no problem with eating bugs if I choose to eat bugs. I have a serious problem with somebody else who is still eating steak or cheeseburgers or eggs or, something else, mandating that I eat bugs. And given the nature of our political landscape at the moment, I do not see that as beyond the realm of probability at this point.
What does that mean, UG?
Yeah, we are doing that. 4 days with no shower, Rock. There's no running water out there. And while underground. And while Professor Hardrock did build me a wonderful camper on bugs, and I do have a portable toilet, he has yet to come up with a 5-gallon water tank and a portable shower. And considering how dirty we get, we actually need a real shower. When we got home,
Here's a typical shirt.
and this is a clean one, and it used
No,
to
it
be
hasn't.
white.
No, this is really dirty laundry.
Yeah, I'm saying compared to some of them, you know.
Yeah, this is the color it used to be. There's the back of the collar.
Kodak, let me put it this way. I will tolerate him smelling. He's allowed to smell, you know. Indiana, if we had cleanup tables and a pump and water, we're doing hard rock, so we don't. We're at a nice dusty old mine. I mean, literally, we have the water we have in the field. We've got 3 gallon jugs for drinking. We got a 40 pack of bottled water for drinking, and we have a 2.5 gallon for
Six.
a 6 gallon for hand washing and dishes and such. That's about it. Resin water. No, I'll tell you. My problem, as I said, is not with insects. Everyone should have the right to eat Z-bugs if they wish. However, no one should be mandated to eat Z-bugs. It is not anybody's position to tell me to save the planet, I will continue living my lifestyle, but you need to sit in your pod in the dark, in cold, and eat Z-bugs. And by the way, don't bother looking for a shower while you're doing it. Nuh-uh. I don't think so. You find me just one of these politicians, just one of these save the planet gurus, just one of these multi-billionaire limousine environmental whack jobs that actually lives the life that they are trying to force on the rest of the population. And I might pay attention. They don't. Spoiler alert. None of them do.
I agree, Jeff.
Bill Gates, Mr. Investing billions in impossible meat and the largest private firm landowner in the United States now, talking about eating Z-bugs and eating impossible meat and eating beyond meat and eating laboratory meat while he's munching a Wagyu beef cheeseburger and says it's his favorite food. No, 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 no. The goddess walks the walk. The goddess tells you, get your happy asses down to the local coin shop every damn week and buy gold and silver. The goddess does that. The goddess tells you, back up the truck and buy the beef when it's on sale and can it and keep a 9-month pantry. The goddess does that. You don't tell me to do something if you don't do it yourself. It's called you first. Not us first, and then they sit back and laugh at those of us who are stupid enough to fall in with this shit. Rock Butcher, I can imagine. Yep. Yeah, Paul. Grasshoppers make good flour, as a matter of fact. And in Israel, fried locusts, there's 3 or 4 different varieties of locusts that are kosher according to Judaism. Fried locusts are actually quite a delicacy. They're considered a good snack food. And as I said, that's your choice. If you want to buy them and eat them, I'm all for it.
My choice is no.
My choice, given a choice between, mealworms and a nice fried night crawler, I'll take the night crawler. Just because.
Oh, here's our choice. Beef and cabbage.
But that's my number one choice.
Pork and veggies.
Good grief, Chris.
Meat mix and veggies.
That is just ridiculous. I found out why I was being overrun by moths.
Parmesan.
I was being overrun by moths because Professor Hardrock's window screen had a nice big hole in it. But that's, just one of those things that happens. Anyway, life is getting extraordinarily bizarre, but what else is new? Bye.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Everyone stand by. On your face when you can. Hello, Heather. Thanks for the information, Mr. Lodak. I was just kind of wondering, while the charts might not be acting as they would normally, I was curious as they're behaving as they would normally in terms of when these things happen. Do the predictions work out the same even though what's happening is different? That was a question I had the other day because I know you spend a lot of time and knowledge looking at those things. It's clear to me that the world's doing some weird stuff right now. And I was just curious, were the charts behaving crazy or were they simply have crazy numbers in them, you know? Okay. That's what I was curious because markets tend to behave rationally even when the participants aren't apparently rational. So I was curious. And yes, Jeff, she is very, very special. And as I say, not only is she willing to put up with the dirt and the heat and all this other stuff, but also, like I said earlier, she heard 2 gunshots and she went out looking for me to see if I was okay. How do you get a permit to operate a mill, Heather? Well, that would be determined on where you're at. If you're operating on U.S. government property, you're going to have to get permits from like the BLM, and there's usually going to be an environmental department in the state that you're at, and there may be other regulatory agencies that have things to say about it. And everything from OSHA to building codes. It can get fairly complicated depending upon what you're doing and where you're doing it. Do I go to the miner's reclamation? Reclamation means when you're done cleaning everything up. Cool, Mr. Lodak. Well, if it's gone to reclamation, then you're just going to need to start processes over probably. But you can't give general stuff because each state is different. There was one big mine in southern Arizona once. One of the engineers thought, well, we got a lot of people we got to deal with. Let's see how many agencies have any jurisdiction over us. It was 172. Okay. So, yeah, it can get kind of complicated. And swallowing a June bug is fine. Imagine hitting a Palo Verde beetle when you're on a motorcycle at speed because they're that big. Yeah, Heather, the first thing I would do is go to the county and the county building codes and stuff. And let's say if it's on federal land, then it's going to be federal agency permits. If it's on private land, then it's pretty much going to be your county and state agencies that will have to deal with that. The county would be the place to start. Okay, if it's private land, talk to your county, building and codes enforcement and such. As I said, I'm sure there's going to be environmental approvals and stuff, but usually that's a good place to start. They'll know who other people you may have to get permits from. But that's, let's say, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I say it depending on the size, the situation, and a bunch of other stuff. It may be fairly straightforward. It may not. I know when I was talking to the guy from Mines and Mineral Resources in Arizona, he said by using above ground tanks and an agitation leach, it's a lot easier to permit because any leak can be easily spotted. And if you have secondary containment, like say a concrete pad with a retaining wall that can catch any possible spill, it becomes vastly easier to permit because any spill can be detected and contained right away. But these are the sort of things, if you have like a mines and mineral resources people in Colorado still, talk to them. They'll know. Again, people who deal with this stuff know who you got to deal with. Okay, Chris, I never thought of that going to legislate. I generally just don't like dealing with politicians as a general principle. Yeah, Colorado School of Mines, assuming they're still open, would be good. Spot prices are open Monday through Saturday, 24 hours, and closed through Sunday. What time zone is that at, uh, Mr. Lodak? I mean, because you know Sunday disappears and starts everybody around the world at different times. But yeah, oh yeah, Heather, it's difficult when you don't know, you haven't done it before, and you're trying to start up again. But just find people who do know and talk to them and follow the information. It's all looking good to me, Chris. Nobody else has complained, so it's probably you. By the way, how did that fire turn out last week? I know that was a little scary there. They got that under control. Okay, thank you, Jaron. You're the investors. Be very careful being investors. There are people who mine investors generally much more successfully than they mine gold. Just be aware of that. But I say
Yeah, look at Uganda.
check out all the regulatory people that you can see. Go back to the old thing where they first got that mill permitted and see who all was involved in that. That would give you a good idea. You're not necessarily screwed, but you may have to be a little inventive. Um, yeah, it's not going to be a real simple thing to figure out, and probably not a simple thing to get done. Yeah, I say go find out who the permits were, who issued the permits for that plant. That'll give you an idea who you need to talk to about getting permits for the new one. Also, see if any of those permits are still open. Unlikely, but if so, makes life a lot easier. Uh, yeah, it's weird, and different jurisdictions. I mean, I knew a guy that was running a 100-person mine in Southern California. What used to drive him crazy was just the delays in getting stuff through the permitting. I mean, they wanted to build an 8-foot by 8-foot shack at an existing trailer park about 6 miles line of sight away from the mountain to put a telephone relay back in the days before cell phones and such. And then 6 months later, they still didn't have permits to build an 8 by 8-foot shack. So they wound up renting a space and parking a trailer there and putting the stuff in the trailer and the antenna on top. But yeah, it used to drive him crazy. They'd send the plans off, say for the mill building, to the county for approval. The county would send it to a engineering firm because, of course, county didn't have the expertise and they didn't want the liability either. And then the engineering firm would look through the plans, find the first error, mark it, send the plans back, instead of looking and finding all the errors and marking them and sending the plans back. So he said it would go like through 6 iterations where we'd send it in, we'd come back with one correction, make the correction, send it back, then it'd come back a couple weeks later, need another correction, blah, blah, blah. And it was just extremely frustrating, the time. Now, this was in California, who's regulatory happy. Yeah. I say, I wish I could have happy, joy thoughts for you, but you're just going to have to find out. And what kind of resource do you have? You know, how well has it been sampled? How well has the extraction methodology been tested? That's the sort of thing. I mean, what are your proven reserves? Not guesstimates, not possibles, not, geologic reserves.
Not historic in
Yeah.
the area.
But I mean, stuff where it's been sampled and blocked out and you determine tonnage and grade. Because if you don't have that, you're really rolling the dice right now. That's the first thing you have to do is determine the resource. One reason why what I'm doing at Montana B is so shoestring, because we haven't really proven much of a resource. I've done some chip sampling down that decline. So we got a good idea that right along that decline there for about 50 feet, we got some pretty good grade. And so far, I haven't seen the grade come up at the mill. Now, this could be because we just really aren't quite in it yet. We're just getting there. Or it could be ore dilution because I'm putting up too much wall rock and other stuff. And I'm just diluting it. Most of the other samples that we tested, other rock types, weren't horrible though. So it's like, even if I was diluting 50%, I still expect to see a higher grade than I am right now, my anticipation. So we shall see what we shall see. But it's really juicy looking stuff. I mean, it's nice. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But we're getting a new 1,500 pound sample every week leached. The solution assays have come in pretty consistent with the fire assays at essentially a calculated roughly 100% recovery. I have no idea, Chris. That's not necessarily a bad place to start, Heather. It's a lot more predictable than a lot of other things. Have you drilled or trenched the tailings? Sometimes I'm a little generous on where my boundary is because I'm so slow right now. I would think with what I'm in now with the wider vein and stuff that number sounds about right, except for the quartz. I'm running in this quartz veins, and I'm assuming it's ore, but that's based on a couple of past samples from other quartz-like materials. Some is what I call red kryptonite, which is kind of like that. It's very heavily iron stained quartz. And that I'm pretty confident is ore. But there's some other stuff right now that's not very stained at all. And I'm not sure what it is. But yeah, I just, oh, and don't forget, Chris, what was the extraction technique they were using? Yeah. I'm unfamiliar with what exactly you're saying, Heather. The mill was working with clients first to get the cash and then start with ours. In other words, start with your cash and then other cash later on. To some extent, I'm mining for the challenge, but my purpose is to make this thing profitable. Okay, it may not be grossly profitable for me, but as long as it's profitable for the mine owner, I'll consider this one a win. It's been quite an interesting challenge. I've learned an enormous amount, and it is fun. I will agree with that. $10 to 1 ton. Do you have independent samples and assays of that? I mean, is that the tailings or is that the original ore grade? Because 10 ounce to the ton, that's original ore grade. Guarantee it. And then the question is, what kind of extraction did they use on that? Yeah, I tend to agree, Rock. Yeah, that's probably up to 10 ounces to the ton, Heather. So the question is, what was the average ore grade? There should be records of that, like state records, or if it was a publicly traded company, there's going to be, corporate statements. What was their average ore grade running into the mill? What was their average recovery? And what was the average ore grade going out to the tailings? What was the recovery method they were using? With a rich ore like that, they might have been using gravity and flotation and lost a fair amount of really fine stuff that might dissolve well. But has anyone sampled the tailings in an organized manner, like drilling or trenching deep with a backhoe? How much tailings are there, Heather? That's an important question to see how much capital costs. 10 grams per ton is usually pretty good. Tons, okay. 10 tons, 10,000 tons, 10 million tons. I've seen them all. Okay. It's a big difference. I say my wife and I are digging 1 ton of bedrock a week. So tons isn't very definitive. Okay. What are you interested in, Heather? Where are we at? I need a drink too. Oh. Yeah, but I mean, you don't know what the mill needs to be doing until you know what it is you're going to be putting through it. They shut us down. Ah, by that do you mean the regulators? If a regulator shuts you down, then you need to ask them why, and that'll tell you what you need to work on. You know, they say, well, you didn't get this permit or that. They say, well, then how do I get that permit? How do I do that? What do we need to qualify? What are we breaking? You know, what rule needs to be done? Because yeah, if you've been shut down, um, then they have to have a reason. It may be a fairly simple and legitimate reason, like you don't have permit X. Yeah, we can't really answer that question in any kind of definition, but um, the uh, the processes are well defined somewhere. Yeah. By that, I think you meant whoever's supplying ore to the mill, Heather. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of research on your hands. Something I really hate. I don't like dealing with paperwood or bureaucrats. Rock has a tremendous amount of information and experience in mining exploration and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Rock's a very nice guy, very helpful. And I say he's very knowledgeable, especially in the stuff that I never dealt with. I never dealt with much of the regulatory stuff. I was always a hands-on guy. You may have noticed I like doing hands-on stuff. So I say that's what I do for a living because that's what I like to do. Paperwork, oh, I hate it. Painful, but sometimes you got to do it. That's another reason why we're doing something that's so small that theoretically is uh, casual use. There's very little surface disturbance, and it's hauled off to private property. Hey, Indiana, I don't think it works if I do it. Let me see. Where's the like button? I've got a number of likes. I don't think I have a functional like button, so I can't like myself. Oh no, I just don't like myself anymore. Uh, but anyhow, yeah, Chris is right. You need to know what it is you plan to do and what the regulations are. Tell Eva to log in on another computer. I'm perfectly happy with our little community here. You know, I don't want
And
to.
he doesn't think that I haven't already logged in on my ID and liked this video. Hello?
I didn't know. Apparently, she has.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
I keep the volume off so it doesn't echo.
yeah, a long time ago, one of my mom's uh, um, husbands, I guess, stepdad, although he never adopted me or whatever, he said, "Why do dogs lick themselves? Because they can." Yep. So, anywho, uh, for those of you who came in late, the main topic of discussion was claim jumpers. Somebody overstaked one of our claims. The solid line is our claim, the dashed line is his overstake. He was, what do you call it? He was kind enough to use our discovery stake and leave our documents on it to um, just prove the point that, yeah, if that claim is still in our names and actives, he's toast. It's just, it doesn't get much more clear cut than that. So we're just waiting for word back from the BLM, final confirmation of what the deal is, and then the claim owner shall make a decision as to how he deals with it, either BLM or a lawyer or both, or I don't know. I don't know, Rock. A lot better than others. Uh, you know, the that's one reason I carry that 44 is it's accurate. From the top of the ridge, how close was I to that rock on the other side of the road, little one?
Couple of feet.
Couple of feet, yeah.
That's even with your crappy eyesight.
Ooh.
The man's blind as a bat, you know.
Yeah. No, the 44 doesn't have as much drop as a lot of other guns. So yeah, from the mine itself, I can wing one over the road and into the far hillside within 2 feet of where I'm aiming. You know, if I was good, it'd be within about 10 inches. Yeah, Rock, but you try that and see what happens to you. Yeah. And that's it. I think this guy is of the opinion that the claim that we put up there is no longer valid, but he's, I believe, sadly mistaken. He doesn't understand absence of proof is not proof of absence. If you can't find it on the BLM website, doesn't mean it's not active. It just means they haven't posted it yet. Yeah, Rock, but you better get your, down here we have a thing called the United States Concealed Carry Association. The NRA also sells it too, but it's basically insurance. If you ever have to shoot somebody, yeah, you know, call your lawyer, and they've got one. And I say it's also funny too, because that pistol of mine, there's one particular load. It's like the Winchester bear and deer load or whatever. That is a lot flatter shooting at range than others. I don't know why, but I mean
Be careful not to show it.
yeah, I'm not at 400, 500 yards. A normal round, same size and everything, same size bullet. I'll hit 12 feet below the aim point, whereas with that one, I'll hit 6 to 8 feet below the aim point. No, it's not a lighter ball. It's 230 grains. I think it may recoil a little bit earlier than when the bullet gets out the end of the barrel, so it's actually just starting to tip up. I'm not sure. You know, whatever it is, that's the one I use. You know, and yeah, it was filed last year, and Jim filed some last year, and he says they're just now coming up on their computer. You know,
he did not file it last year. He filed it this past May.
No, Jim said last year he filed some that are just coming up.
The claim jumper filed his this past.
Yes, and I didn't say the claim jumper. I said Jim. our gym filed some claims last year that are just now coming up on the BLM website. So that's probably what's happening. By the way, here's my GPS. It is a Garmin GPS 60. And I will turn it on. Did it come on? Let's see if, yeah, you can see there's something going on there. But there's an angle, you can almost read it. Yeah. I agree, Rock. Different ammo shoots different. But anyhow, so there's what it's doing. You see, it's almost impossible to read. And now, how do I find the, is it actually getting satellites in here?
Probably.
I think it's actually getting satellites, showing bars.
Why wouldn't it be getting satellites?
Roof. Hit the menu key and go to display. Little one?
I'm in the middle of a time game right now.
Well, let me see what I can do here.
Bring it over here.
Let's see, I can read it this way. Hit menu. And I tried hitting menu. It says dragging anchor. Hello. Menu. Oh, now I got that. Display. Trip. Your tracks. Something. It's not display. Yes, I know I'm dragging anchor. Is there a dismiss? Come on, menu. Yes, I know I'm dragging anchor, you stupid thing. Menu. Boy, I can't see the display. Oh my God. So it's the only problem with finding the display is if the display is what's fucked up, it kind of makes it hard to see what you're doing. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Come on, menu. Computer, tracks, routes. Dragging here. Press enter. Okay. Dragging anchor. Yes, I know. I'm dragging anchor. Where's enter? There we go. God, this thing is so annoying. Trip, computer, routes, proximity, setup, highway, calendar, clock, calculator, hunt and fish, sun and moon. I'm guessing it'll be setup. Where is it? Okay, hit setup. So that would be enter, enter. There's display. Enter. 15 seconds. Come on. 10%. Contrast. Well, backlight is 0%. Come on. I bet you this is painful. Let's try enter. So 15 seconds, whatever that means. 80%. Enter. Well, something's at 100%. I can't tell what. I don't have instructions. That's the problem. This thing's older than my grandkids. Enter.
Probably is older than your grandkids. Just saying.
Can we increase that? It's at 8%. I just hit enter. It's not doing anything. Okay, 8%. Okay. So I'm at the thing that says 8%. If I hit enter, it just seems to take it. There's that 100% up there that keeps changing. If I hit the arrow key, it goes up to that. If I hit the enter key, it goes up to that. What the hell? Contrast. Okay, the backlining is at 100%. The contrast says 8%, but I can't seem to figure out how to get it. Anyone idea? I can't set everything. That's the problem. It's highlighted right now on the 8% thing. If I hit enter, it does nothing. If I hit the arrow key, side to side does nothing. If I hit down, it goes away from it. If I hit up, it goes away from it. You know? It's like, could I change it, please? You know, that's what's annoying. It's like I should be able to hit enter and it say, okay, this is what you want to change, but it's not. When I hit enter, it changes the backlight, not the contrast. No, wait a minute. What happened there? Now, it automatically did something. It switched. What the heck? I would love to crank the contrast up. Unfortunately, bad ribbon connection. Bring it over. We'll hit it with the black light. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Well, I changed the backlight up to 100%. And now I've got contrast. It's set at 8%, but I can't seem to change it. No matter what I do, it either leaves it. You know, I thought hit enter. Well, that changes it back over to the 100, you know, up to backlight again. If I use the arrow now, it changes the backlight number. If I hit backliner, it goes to that. And if I hit the up arrow, it just goes up to the black backlight number again. It's like it just doesn't seem to want to change that. Oh no. It's not all black. It's still got very, very hard to read stuff, but I can read it. What's that thing at the end? Looks just like dirt on the screen. No, so I'm highlighting a bar. It should be the contrast bar. It says 8%. And I'm trying to find any way to actually change that number. If I highlight the contrast option, hit enter, what happens? It goes to the backlight number. When I start going up and down arrow, it changes the backlight. Yeah, that's what I would think. Because when I go to the backlight number, hit enter. Now I can scroll up and down through backlight. Hit enter again. Now I'm back on highlighting the backlight. Drop down to the contrast, hit enter, and it goes. I don't see anything entered there for a second. Hit enter. And when the arrow keys change the backlight. Nope. Side arrow key now. There we go. We're getting it fixed. We're getting it fixed. So when you're on contrast, you have to hit the side arrow keys. And when you're on the backlight, you hit the up and down arrow keys because that makes perfect sense.
Of course it makes perfect sense.
Jesus Christ. Now, how do I exit? I think that says quit. Yeah.
Damn it.
Quit setup. There I've got a screen I can read. And change page. Trip computer. No, don't want that. Tracks. No. Well, I'm not sure how I get to where I'm normally at, but I think I can do this thing. Yeah, apparently the brightness is controlled by the up and down arrows and the contrast by the left and right arrows. Now I've got I can read it now. Jesus Christ. What a pain in the ass. It's acquiring, how does it acquire satellites in here?
FM.
That's just weird.
Quite simple. FM.
Okay.
No doubt the answer is always FM.
Let's see. If I've got it fixtified. See, that's what I figured happened. Yeah, I can see the screen now. Dragging anchor. I think that says press enter, right? Yeah, enter.
It always thinks you're
That clears it. Okay, so yeah, there I got north 4636-298, west 112-03-827. I can read it now. Location plus or minus 24 feet. That's the screen I need. Thank you, everybody. Damn fucking electrons.
Well, it knows where you are.
That's all I wanted in the first place. Show your results. Okay. Can you see it? See, it's readable now.
See, it knew where you were. Plus or minus 24 feet. No
Yeah.
less.
I charged $19.99. Really? Sucks to be you, Shaggy.
Well, he's cheaper than those scammers from Delhi. Microsoft texted support charges $29.99 a minute.
Huh.
Or at least the people who
So
claim.
then how come it has trouble looking through forests? What's the problem? Scattering? Yeah, it's acquiring satellites, getting data. This is dragging it. See, there's my position on top there. Wet leaves. Oh, the water, huh? Okay. Well, it's working again. I figured it was just something where got pushed while it was in my pocket. Put that on the pile of stuff to go back in the truck because we got out there and I had forgot to restock the paper towels and the toilet paper. By the end of this trip, we were down to, I don't know, 10 sheets of paper towel left?
Well, I'm not the one that uses all the toilet paper.
Yeah, that makes sense, Jeff. I mean, I know they make really nice stuff nowadays, but if you've noticed, I don't like tech. I want something that just works. Say, that can do basically everything I want to do and a whole lot more. You know? Oh my goodness. Yeah, if you're looking for like a map GPS and stuff, yeah, that's a different sort of thing. This is just coordinates. It doesn't have any maps in it or anything like that, but that's all I do. Nothing I want to do has coordinates anyway. I got to figure them out. I got to take a map and I don't know, where's a good one here? No, that's not a good one. Let's see. I go and find the actual things on the ground, work out where the claims are, work out the corners, all that kind of stuff. There's the actual claims. Then I've got the GPS to find the claim corners and stuff. Tell me where the hell I'm at. But yeah, in the minor Bago, I want to redo the dash rather substantially in many ways. And one thing that I want to do is put in one of the street map, we guide you everywhere GPS. Because Eva's usually doing it on her phone, but it would be nice to have a big display and something that can swivel either the driver or passenger. So if I'm by myself, I could set something up. When my brother and I were hauling salmon on the West Coast, it did come in handy.
Well, just make sure that it talks to you.
Okay. Flash in your pan. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Let's see, that's 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see if I can make it. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Flash in your pan. Or Jim. That'd be Rock Butcher Jim or my Jim or what? Oh, okay, Rock. Yeah, I'm wondering about Ellie a bit. Um, the it's interesting to see people with supposed qualifications on YouTube when you don't know what they are and what their specialties might be too. Because I mean, you say you're a geologist, that can be a lot of different things. So I don't know. As a general rule, Ellie's style of video isn't bad, but it's not the kind that's really interesting to me. It's like Chris Ralph has got a lot of information, but the presentation tends to take a long time. He's getting better. And then you had Jeff Williams with the old style where he was doing a lot of razzle dazzle. Again, that's not my thing. When he would do just his straight informational stuff, that's what I'd really like it. But as I say, I don't know. I mean, I try not to try and oversell myself. I'm just a miner with a little bit of geology knowledge, and that's about it. Yeah. On the other hand, John, Eva loves Slim and all that other stuff. And I mean, you know, are you a smart feller or a fart smeller? Sorry, not my thing. Uh, so, but he's been very successful. I really congratulate him on his success, and he seems to be um, doing well. Um, yeah, but one problem with Jeff was that he would use a term, say diorite, in one video and not explain it in that video. So if you had someone who hadn't seen the previous video and he's using diorite, then they have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know how bad I am at that. And the question is, how much of what I say is intuitively obvious to me, but not to the uninitiated person? For example, when I say throughput, we have to increase the throughput at the mill. To me, the word throughput makes perfect sense. It's what you put through the mill, you know? And so I say it's really hard for a person to look at themselves and see you the way others, especially those that are not knowledgeable, which is if you're trying to teach who you're to a great extent trying to talk to, how bad are you at communicating? I don't know. And I've been told I'm a pretty good teacher. And if so, I think that's mainly because I try and remember what the student doesn't know. So when I come up with jargon or whatever, I try and explain it at the time. But I don't know how good I am at it. I really don't. Especially now when I'm really trying to do stuff. It may be maybe less than that. Oh yeah, Lars, says the rocket scientist. I agree, Chris. I like what he's doing now a lot more. Um, but I mean, if somebody has become very successful doing shtick, don't expect them to drop it. Um, whether they want to or not, you got a lot of people who apparently like the shtick. And that's it. Well, Lars, I prefer to teach. Entertaining is fine, but teaching is primary. And the other thing is, I get to learn with people like Chris and you and Rock. I get to learn, and we're doing stuff like with Javier and Tricky Dicky, where we're as far as we can tell, we're trying to invent something that hasn't happened yet. I.e., a simple way of getting the gold out of the resin when it's been put there by Eco Goldex. Well, thank you, Rock. From someone with your experience, that's high praise. And the other thing is I'm trying to invent processes and equipment specifically designed for the niche that I'm dealing with. You're welcome, Paul. And that's the micro miner, or the prospector scale miner. I don't know. I agree with Rock. If you stop learning, what's the use in living? But I'm having a great time, and I am very, very blessed to have Eva as a partner in all this. Among other things, she's very patient with me at times. I would filter it first, Mr. Lodak. Sometimes the separation processes it's the sequencing that's critical. No, I'm sure we'll get it out somehow. The next thing, I mean, we could try loading it in carbon, but then we still have the same issues. Yep. So might as well just put it in the resin. I mean, we can get it. We just have huge losses, but the situation is of a nature that we think we should be able to deal with it effectively. We're just trying to figure out a simple way of doing it. I mean, we can get it out. It's just pretty expensive to essentially fire assay it. On the other hand, at 4% gold, you can, but we're still working on various methods of trying to ash it. And the other, I mean, like Tricky is working on either vaporizing and condensing the gold and or electroplating it. And so he's making some progress there too. Yes, theoretically we could courage dogs or courage dog, but the problem with that is then how do you get it off the filter? So it's another step. If we can avoid steps, that's generally a good thing. Although at 25% losses, you can afford some steps. That's correct, Ray. Hey, nice to see you again. Yeah, and this is what we're trying to do is optimize it, and we're working on a small scale right now. Eva's what we're considering kind of our typical analytical or standard analytical amount is 25 grams of wet resin or 12 and a half grams of room dried resin. I think Ray goes wherever he wants to go, Mr. Lodak. So it's pretty inexpensive to test at those levels, very small quantities. And, 25% loss in a 10-gram sample where you're expecting 0.4 grams of gold is what, 0.08 grams of gold loss? One of those days, huh, Ray? Yep. Okay, Rock. Are you getting things under control, Ray, or is it still fighting? Oh, we had to spend half a day this weekend just dealing with a claim jumper. Legally, just getting all the data and stuff so we can hash it out in the legal realm. Oh. Oh. Yep. We that wasn't appreciated. Well, Ray, I definitely hope it gets better for you there. Start checking off the things on the list where they're done. It's always nice to say, okay, that's fixed. Don't have an issue there. Ray says he should have worn your hat, little one. Um, that might be true, Paul, depending on the size of the matrix and the size of the gold. With my gold, no, that's not going to happen. But yeah. I say he's quite a character. But placer gold is different than hard rock gold. That stuff he's getting out of that drift mine, that's some nice chunky gold. I like that stuff. I'd still like to pan his tailings with my technique and see what he's got. Yeah, it was funny. The other day I was at the lab and the secretary, then we were talking a little bit, and I went and I got Eva's mining hat, which is the pink hard hat with the cat ears and the um, Hello Kitty pink bow. Yeah, she thought that was great. I understand Kodak, but placer miners usually aren't dealing with the kind of grades we are. I mean, I've done some of that, Courage Dogue. We're getting pretty good recovery, but there's still some left in there. And we're also testing how much higher concentration of gold there is in solution coming out of the pad than going on top of it. And it's upping the grade about 15%. And it's definitely picking up something from the tailings. I presume from our laboratory testing that we're going to get virtually 100% of the 100 mesh minus by the time we're done. And considering this ore, that's pretty good. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of coarser stuff unless we hit pockets of coarse gold, which is, of course, is perfectly plausible that we might do that. But what I'm also doing is, as we're running a batch, as we're crushing it, we're splitting off about 10 to 15%. And it's going into a separate bucket. And then at the end of the batch, I split those down into a final sample. Right now, we're not sending it off for assay, but I am retaining it. And I take a 4-cup sample and hand pan it to see what we get. And get an idea of what's happening there. Definitely has a lot more of the really fine gold than the tailings. Yeah, Paul, that might work. It would work on gems too, probably. Around here, we got sapphires. I mean, seriously, there's sapphires around here in quantity. Uh, no. The only thing that works on my dust is dissolve it. That works real well. But I'm gonna have to get better grade to make this work. Oh. Yeah. Got a lot of stuff going on. But I do like solving challenges. So I'm just hoping the grade comes up and we can make this one work. Because where I'm at ain't good enough. Yeah, Jeff, I was kind of curious myself. What is a string pull setup? Thank you, Shaggy. We'll do our best. It's getting a little dragging. I mean, we're just constantly on the move. Just get a new batch. Tie a milk crate to a sapling and let it hang in a tub. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're this week. We theoretically will get the tank drained and a new batch in it on Wednesday, and then Thursday I got to get all the rock ground from this trip. I'm gonna have to grind some of it just to finish the tank full that we need on Wednesday, and then we'll um, head back out again on Friday, and it's just a bit of a grind. If we can get the to nice big wide vein of decent ore, that's a different story then. Then we'll be calling in a second trailer on Saturday, and we'll have help on Saturday to mine and uh, haul stuff. But we can definitely move that vein. Yeah, you gotta watch that real fine stuff. Yep, the real fine stuff is pretty amazing. It will float like crazy. Yep. Oh. Oh. Well, we got any more mining stuff here? Can we help you with anything, Ray? Uh, yeah, well, with your grades, that's probably, what is it, like a quartz matrix to have to grind uh, that fine? Uh, yeah, to have to crush to 150 mesh, you get some not only fine gold, but if you're leaching, a pretty tight matrix. Yeah, yeah, that's right, John. Um, thank you, Tricky. Oh, it's not going to be cheap from Philippines. How's the situation in general where you're at there? Fairly stable? I haven't heard much from the Philippines, so uh, has it calmed down pretty well? Oh. That's okay. Mine are barely working at times too. I'm a bit sore. I don't suppose 66-year-old guys are supposed to be banging demolition hammers 8 hours a day. No, I don't think so. Oh well, do what you got to do. Oh, that's right. Let's see, the nursery reel. Yeah, little one, we're gonna need to order that lith arch tomorrow. That's gonna be like $200. Do we have it in the account?
Yes, we do, but we need to deposit some cash. If we
Okay.
have it. You've got to check your.
Oh yeah, I got to check. Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, David. That's also why fighting was illegal underground, because it gets pretty serious between hard rock miners or coal miners. Yep. Wrap someone upside the head with a 4-foot drill steel and lights out, man. Oh. Yeah, I hadn't heard any big eruptions or earthquakes over there. I was thinking more of the economic and political situation, although I had a friend whose wife over there, well, she was over here, but she had family over there, and like half the family disappeared in that big hurricane. And I'm not sure if they ever found them, but yeah. Yeah, Paul, you can get some reasonably fine gold like that, 200 mesh, not a problem. You get to 2,000 mesh, life sucks. That's just all there is to it. Uh, Make sure you hug those babies. They're tricky. Oh, got any other gold mining subjects or anything at this point? I mean, it's only been 3 hours and 15 minutes. Cut that out, yawning. Well, if you'd spell it right, I might. Oh, oh. Oh my goodness. We're getting nearly 100% recovery of the assay value. We're getting around 100% recovery. Although in some cases we've gotten more than 100% recovery, which indicates there was some coarser gold that didn't get assayed. But so we're getting really good recovery. It's also a bit porous in most cases, like this. And so the solution can get to the gold fairly easily. I'm only crushing it to 20 mesh too. I'm not sure what it would do if we were crushing it finer, but I know my percolation through the pad would go down. So, I mean, as long as I'm getting, 100% recovery, I don't see any reason to fine up the grind and slow down the throughput, increase the wear on the mill, and slow down my percolation through the pad. Those are kind of the trade-offs you do. And none of those are desirable. But if you need to do it to get better recovery, you do it. In our case, it doesn't seem to be that necessary. Both the bottle rolls and the actual in practice seem to indicate we're getting really good recovery with just grinding to 20 mesh, which is coarse. For hard rock gold, that's really coarse compared to normal. Normally, the coarsest you go is like 60, 80 mesh. And that would be considered coarse. And 100 mesh is about normal. That's not a bad idea, Chris. On the other hand, it's not too hard to sort. It's the stuff that's sitting there laughing at you as you beat on it with a demolition hammer for 10 minutes. It's real easy to sort because you got to drop the Sierra blasters in it and pop it up in big chunks. I got one chunk out there. Well, it's bigger than I can show. Let's go back here. It's that big. From the last pop. Oh my God, Tricky. Oh, scrubber. Tricky says they must be losing 50% or more. The underside of the tin roof and the carbon roasting area is plated in gold. I wonder what their lungs are plated in. Just a thought. Perhaps activated carbon filters would be good.
I wonder if there's a name for that. I mean, there's asbestosis if your lungs are coated in asbestos. And there's silicosis if your lungs are coated in silica. And there's whatever they call it when you have coal dust in your lungs.
Good point, Lauren. But it's all sitting out at the ranch, and I'm not going back there until Wednesday. But yeah, I've got kind of a section there where I'm setting aside some samples for slabbing. But yeah, that would be interesting. So I don't know what's in it. I've seen some pretty crappy ass looking quartz that was running 40 ounces to the ton. Oh, this is basically go tight, and I would expect this to run, better than an ounce. You know, but the red kryptonite, I got some prettier red kryptonite than this. But yeah, thanks for reminding me, Lauren.
What did you do with those rocks of mine that you put in your pocket?
Is these them here? No, that's one wrong. I gave them to you. I handed them to you at the mine at the campsite.
No, you didn't.
I reached into my pocket at the back of the camper. I pulled out your rocks. I said, "Here they are." Okay?
Well, the reason you had them in your pocket was because I didn't have pockets.
Because up at the mine, you didn't have pockets. He said, "Could you put this in your pocket? Because I don't have any." And I said, "Okay."
And
So I
didn't
put it
have
here.
pockets down below either.
Can you guys show pictures? When we get some slabs, sure.
Hi. My hair is almost dry. This
Yep.
is a good thing.
We don't have any drawers in the camper. I'm thinking you might check with the kids.
Yeah, they might be in the kids' bag. Oh, they haven't seen the kids.
Watch out.
Oh, here are my rocks. You can show them that.
See? Between the two of us, we got one brain. What is that, I wonder?
By the way, if you're curious about our kids, these are our kids. This is Wilbur and this is Rosie.
Oh. There we go.
And yes, I know Wilbur's a pig and Rosie's a unicorn. We adopted.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this rock here has a white incrustation. I suspect is calcite, aka limestone. So the first thing I do is I scratch it. Yeah, let's see. Can you see that scratch I made right there? Real easy. So then the next thing, which you don't need to do in this case, don't mind if I put a little hydrochloric acid on it, do you?
No, you can put hydrochloric acid on him.
See? You put acid on it and it fizzes. And because of the intensity of the fizz, that's kind of proof positive it's limestone as opposed to dolomite limestone. But let me go rinse this off now. There's a reason to cut a cord at the mine. I needed a cord cut. I took it underneath this and pounded on it with a hammer on a steel backing because this is just completely dulled from that. 5% HCl. Yeah, probably around there. About 1 to 10.
Yeah, I think my phone is going to need to be replaced with this one off.
Phone's still not working right?
The charging cord keeps stopping charging. So either it needs a new cord, a new cord plug-in thing, or whatever.
Well, that wasn't good. Excuse me a minute. Well, to get the hydrochloric acid off my face. Oh. Oh. Okay, here's your rock. It should be fairly safe. So anyhow, that's how you test for limestone. Lars says use a wooden pick to remove the dust out of the plug on the device. She's giving it a shot right now. Oh.
And so far, no dirt is coming out on the toothpick, but I'm trying.
She's not seeing anything, Lars. What's with this one? Is it just purple under the right light or something? Or
that one's got some galena on it.
Galena? I see what you're talking about.
Well, you can tell bars that it's losing its charge a lot quicker anyway, and it's not charging the way it used to.
We've got some rock that's dark gray. You could be right, Rock. I wouldn't know. Let's see. Okay. Of a dark gray material with shiny surfaces. No real cleavage that I'm seeing. It looks like this was whacked with the edge of a chisel bit. Very hard. It's not galena, little one. I'm thinking specked or hematite, but my knife blade is too dull to do a proper scratch. Let's see if that got it. I can't really tell. I can't seem to scratch it effectively. So it's definitely not galena. I'm thinking specked or hematite. Or just some kind of black iron oxide.
Well, it didn't scratch red, though.
Yeah, well, I don't have much of a knife blade to scratch with.
At least the last piece we tested didn't scratch red.
I'm not getting any scratch at all on it. Let me get a sharper knife point here. Magnetic. How would I find out? Do we have anything with a magnet in here? This one doesn't have a magnet on it. I got a couple in the minor bago that do. That's a good point, but I don't know of any magnets laying around here. Yeah, that's scratching it. You may find this hard to believe, but I don't. Some of it's scratching like you'd expect an iron oxide. In other places, it's very shiny. But what I'm suspecting is that silica is actually scraping off some of the knife blade. Because in those areas, the scratch is not gouged into the surface too well. So let's see. Do we have a ceramic coffee cup? I don't think so. Let's look. You're going to have to use Wilbur's transport conveyance. This is what Wilbur came in. I think it's the only ceramic cup we have. And not surprisingly, it streaks a red-brown. But I think we've also got silica in there. It definitely abraded down well. Let me see if I can get this other area, which seems a little harder. Same red-brown streak. And getting a little polishing action on the rock itself. I'm thinking either speckite or hematite or magnetite. Okay, I'll try and do the best I can. And let's see, where's the surface that I was trying to scratch? Sucks being blind. Yeah, right in there. The bottom surface has a little scratch from the knife. The upper surface is the more black.
Well, I'm telling you, looking at the other pieces we had under the loop, they do not have the appearance of specular hematite.
Did they scratch?
No.
Yeah, Gold Pandan. She keeps promising she'll cut my hair.
I like him looking all 70s. No, I will cut his hair this week. He got out of the shower too late for me to cut it today.
Yeah. But anyhow, so yeah, when you see a shiny, oh, come on. Oh, come on. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Yeah, I think what you're seeing is we got a lot of porous hematite type materials, but we also have a lot of silica binding it. And that's what I think you're seeing here is you got the iron staining and the silica in there. Let's see if this will even scratch with a knife. No. Will not scratch with a knife. Okay. That's high silica. On the other hand, this material here, which is more like a goethite, just gouges with a knife. See how easy that scratches? Calcite, hematite, chalcedony, that's a form of silica, correct, rock? Is that deposited out of solution? Because that's exactly what I would expect. And it's the quartz, it's that silica that's just a pain in the butt to mine out. And the vein varies inch by inch. And you also get these little veinlets of red kryptonite just in the middle of all this other stuff. You'd be just sometimes the damn rock hammer, I mean the demolition hammer just sinks in it. I mean, you got to be careful not to get it stuck, you know. And then you'll be, digging fairly well, and then it gets harder and harder, and then there's supposed to be something that instantly hard. And as far as I can tell, it's the silica content varying that is what's causing all of this. Right now, I've got a hard spot. I don't know if I could even find it. Well, how would I do that? Anyone know how to look up a picture on my computer and post it on this live stream? Is there a simple way of doing that? Because I've got a picture where it shows the vein and then that big frickin' hard spot. And in the neighborhood of the hard spot, which is silica on one side, I mean, half the width of the vein is taken up by silica. Share screen. You don't have access. You don't have access. Manage. Is that under manage? Is your computer connected to the camera? Yes, it is. Not the camera that took the picture. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's see how well this works. It's on my camcorder. Okay. Ah, there's the camcorder. Let's see how well this works.
Oh, good.
Menu. Playback. That was yesterday. Today's 22nd, so 21. Let's try it. I don't think it's on this one. Oh, yeah, there it is. Let's see how well we can make this work. Okay, the rock hammer gives you an idea of the width of the vein. That's that brownish, reddish area there. And at the handle end of the hammer and closer to the camera is what I call the hard spot I'm working on. That's just plain silica. And you can see it's taking about half the width of the vein. It's low mineralization. That'll work fine if you want to spend hours going inches, Tricky, as far as I know. There may be some nasty stuff in there you don't want to off-gas either, but yeah, I just need to get a drill bit to go through it and not get too dull, and then I can blow the crap out of it, no problem.
Well, we could always dump a bunch of hydrofluoric acid on it.
This stuff has such a poor circulation in there that I was getting dust and it was just staying there around me for 10 minutes. It was really annoying because if there's If there's a wind outside, it does fine.
Well, that's why I'm thinking we should
And
open the lower decline next week.
yeah,
And see if it helps.
well, some forced air would be nice for other stuff too. One more thing to set up each time. But anyhow, that gives you an idea of the size vein I'm working on. And I say that quartz there, I've been fighting that for the last 3 weekends. And it just, it seems to be getting a little smaller and more brittle. And I'm hoping I'm going to get under it fairly soon. But mainly tomorrow I'll be out at Lauren's house and we're going to be trying to sharpen some drill bits. If a bucket fell in there, how would you breathe? Oh, I understand, Tricky. The hard area, in order to heat that up, you got a wood platform directly overhead too. Yeah. Say, all I got is a problem with drill bits. Once I learn how to resharpen those, then that little problem will disappear fairly quickly. Because something that tough, I can probably get 4 inches per drill bit. I got 20 drill bits. And hopefully 25 by the end of tomorrow, because I got some others that even got more badly messed up, but I think we can fix them. And then just drill a hole, and that, see, it's actually in layers too. You can see it was put down in layers. There's cleavage plane. So to get to the first cleavage plane, put 2 drill holes, say 10 inches deep, a couple of Sierra blasters, pop it, 30 minutes, go back down there, drill some deeper holes in the layer behind that, and then pop that. I don't know, Dan. I was, one thing we're working on is sharper tools. Sure, feathers and wedges work. First, you got to drill holes in the rock big enough for the feathers and wedges. And if I could drill holes in the rock that big, I could just blow the crap out of it. Yeah, it's all the drilling the hole part that's the problem. How many boosters do you use? I've tried a variety of things, and I'm testing different stuff. But with this right here, for that first layer, about 3 inches thick, I'll probably use one charge, 1 booster per hole, 2 holes. The next one, I'm going to be drilling deeper holes, and probably 2 boosters per hole. And then that should pretty much obliterate the problem.
I had some positive thinking going on there, Bear.
The Sierra blaster fits snugly in the size hole. But yeah, I think that'd be a little hard to pack in and out, Tricky. It would probably work. Yeah, making holes is the problem. Once I got a 10 millimeter inch, 10 millimeter diameter hole, that Sierra blaster seems to do a pretty good job. I have to have a free face and 10 millimeter holes, and
so you don't think we could get a gallon of hydrofluoric acid, dump it down the hole, and wait until the next day?
Yeah, we could do that and then die instantly. Hydrofluoric acid is very nasty stuff.
I'm just teasing you.
Yeah. Get dynamite. I'm sorry, that would require a permit. Sierra blasters do not. They're not technically an explosive device. You know, it's a high pressure gas injector, similar to a ramset not being a firearm, even though it basically fires a blank 22 short cartridge. It's a high pressure gas injected driven thing. But anyhow, so I say we'll work on grinding some things. You take care, Tricky. And the other thing is sharper and harder tipped and slightly narrower uh, tools for the demolition hammers. Kodak, I agree with that in principle. The situation I have is that is not the situation. All the rock that I need to remove is, in fact, the hard stuff. Darn it. Um, but I agree that would be very much worth a try, and I will when I get the chance. Don't forget the 24 months of permitting, Rock, if they approve it. Every permit now goes to Washington. Oh, don't worry, Tricky. I will. Anything that scares Chris scares me. Yeah, I say I'm working under an enormous number of constraints here.
How about we get an M80?
Okay, Chris. An M80 is nothing compared to a Sierra blaster.
Right.
You know, I'll say that thing is specifically designed to do exactly what it's doing, get in a very small hole and make a very high gas pressure and push the rock apart. You know, it's very well done. I imagine it has somewhere around the same size charge as an M80. How about that, Chris? About the same size actual explosive charge as an M80 and a Sierra blaster. I say I'm guessing, maybe bigger. Oh, call Chris. Yeah, yeah. I had more than one day a week to do all this stuff. I mean, yeah, drilling hole, tapered punches. Yeah, I'm driving a wedge that wide through the rock. You know, that's what that uh, demolition hammer does. The problem is it's so round; it's actually just pulverizing the rock. What's the propellant? I think um, it's black powder, but I'm not sure. I think it's something like black powder, similar to it. Not black powder, okay. But anyhow, yeah, I would think it's the same thing like a explosive class C. Oh no, it's not. It's not an explosive. It's a propellant rock. All it does is it makes gas very fast and very high pressure. It'd be nice if it was PETN. That would be cool.
Then Bear would be a happy camper.
Yep. But
Blowing shit up.
yeah, get 120 grain det cord, sticking down the appropriate sized hole. Rate of burn, I'm not sure it goes bang. You know, it's not foomp, it's bang. I presume it's similar to a cartridge, and then when you contain it, you increase the rate of, uh, you know, the reaction. But I don't know. I mean, let's see if I got something about the right size here. Oh yeah, there we go. Sierra Blaster is about that big. Okay. And it's a plastic case, yeah, roughly similar in thickness to this case here, and filled with something.
They work really well.
Yeah, they do a great job once you get the hole in there. A lot faster than feathers and wedges. Ching, boom, done. Yeah, it's the drilling part. I really have no idea, Rock. Again, that's technical stuff that's beyond my ken. Um, and as Chris said, it's confidential, Yeah, bummer, Kodak. I read the Blaster's Handbook in 1980. It was a new version then. Then took my Blaster's test for California and passed it, and that was it. Had a Blaster's license for like 5 years. Then quit that company. But anyhow, makes a modest amount of dust, makes acrid smoke, not the kind of, I don't think it's nearly as hazardous as the, say the nitrous oxide smoke from dynamite, but it's not pleasant. It smells like ammunition propellant of some sort. Looked at a blaster a while back. I think it used a shotgun primer. Was that shotgun primer for the initiation? Because I know the non-L system we used a shotgun primer to ignite the shock tube, which took the propagation to the charge. Yeah, it's a non-L, but I mean it's used to initiate an actual primer that's then used to initiate Class A, which is either then the main charge or you have a ammonium nitrate main charge. Yeah, me either, Kodak. A kink in a PET end-filled relay almost killed me one time. 70 pounds of Amex in it. Yeah. Well, I've seen a 1 pound 1 pound uh, Anfo gel booster with a blasting cap flying through the air towards me. Oh, reached a maximum altitude of about 20 feet. I was unable to catch it, but luckily it hit the ground and bounced at my feet. That was pretty adrenaline inducing.
I don't think think you're supposed to throw live explosives.
No, it's generally not recommended, especially when they're primed. That's when life can get really bad. Of course, we were standing around on a fully loaded shot too. We were filling the last hole. So, and there was dead cord down lines sitting around everywhere. It could have got ugly in a real hurry, as in milliseconds. Oh, yeah, that's basically what it was, David. Uh, yeah, it would have depended on where it landed too. I mean, if it was just the gel cartridge exploding, gravel shrapnel might have done me serious damage, but that would be about it. I was more worried about it landing on an exposed downline to I forgot what we were using, about 100, 150 pounds per charge in those holes. That would have rained a lot of rock on everybody there.
Well, you would have been dead.
Not necessarily. Explosives do weird things. Yeah. Yeah, it could have been fugly, all right. Hangfire Madness. Will it go? When will it go? I don't know. Let's sit here for a while, play some few hands of poker, and think about it. Yeah, the other one was when we shot that one blast, and I forgot to download the tight holes in the corner. Oh man, it was raining rocks that day, man. Well, Kodak, the Sierra Blaster might have come in handy because with the hydraulic containment, you might have just been able to put it in the crack and set it off. And that might have been enough to crack the rock. Hard to tell. But the water will tamp the charge substantially. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I've tied so many double clove hitches and dead cord. I'm pretty good at a double clove hitch. You mean those guys at Beyond the Press, or was that somebody else? Yeah, Rock. I had a friend of mine who was in the army. He was at a tank range. They were firing and doing stuff, and then a ceasefire had been called, and he heard the tank on the other side of the revetment yelling, "Prepare to load, load Sabo!" So he starts running around the revetment to try and stop him. And he said, just as I got around the revetment, looking down the barrel of that M1 Abrams, he heard the word fire. Good night, David. And he says, I remember I just went like this and, dropped to the ground. And they found me unconscious, unresponsive, blood coming out my ears, all the hair singed off my body. He had almost complete hearing loss in one ear and significant hearing loss in the other ear. He says, yeah, but I'm the only guy I know of that's been shot by a tank and lived to survive to tell the tale. Oh, anyhow. Yeah, exactly, Lars. I'm not sure if he's telling the truth. Well, he was. He's dead now. He was not the kind of guy that usually lied, but I don't know. He had some stories, so hard to tell. Oh, said like the time they were on the forward observation post at it's Fort Hood, Texas, that does the artillery. And he said, we're just sitting there doing our job, spotting the artillery and calling in correction stuff. And all of a sudden on the radio comes, ceasefire, ceasefire, all units, ceasefire, base wide, ceasefire. Step away from the tubes and leave them pointed where they're at. He's like, wow, somebody screwed up big time. Oh, and turns out somebody got their math wrong and lobbed an inert shell onto the main base complex about 100 yards from the McDonald's that had 2 colonels and a major in it. And he said, yeah, the lieutenant that was in charge of that, the new lieutenant that was in charge of that battery disappeared. We don't know where he went, but we figure he was walking a fence someplace really cold and really lonely. And yeah, well, here's a good one for you, Lars. I don't know if I've told this here or not. This was in Humor and Uniform in Reader's Digest, but this C-141 was traveling to Europe, and they had to stop in Greenland for refueling and servicing. And so they stopped at Thule, Greenland. It's wintertime, and they've been refueled, and they're waiting for the guy to get there with the honey wagon to empty the holding tank in the lavatory there so they could continue on. Finally, this guy shows up, and he's dawdling around with and the captain is just, the pilot's just pissed. He's like, you know, they're behind schedule. It's all because this guy. So he puts on his cold weather gear. He goes outside and says, "Airman, this plane is 30 minutes behind schedule because of you. And if you do not get a move on right now, there will be consequences." The guy goes, "Sir, I'm stationed in Thule, Greenland. It's 40 below zero, and I'm pumping sewage off of airplanes. What can you do to me?" But anyhow,
This is a valid question.
you know, I say there comes a point where there's nowhere left but up. Oh my goodness. Well, telling funny stories now. So I guess it's probably about time for us all to go home, go nighty night. Well, I'm home. Go nighty night. I got 2 appointments in the morning. Actually, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. Screws up my whole day. Jeez. But anyhow, we'll get other stuff done. And then I'm going to head out to Lauren's and see what we can do in terms of sharpening those things. Yeah, Chris, you betcha. Oh. Chris says, "Good night, Eva."
Good night, everybody.
Oh, well, I don't have to get the beep out of anywhere, Mr. Lodek. Nice seeing you again, and thank you for the interesting charting stuff. Yeah, Rock, good night. Thank you everybody there. And yeah, we'll give her hell. And if our bodies hold up, we'll be pretty tough by the end of the summertime, I'll tell you. We're both toughening up quick, but I'm worried about a breakdown. You're welcome, Paul. I've been loving the one I'm with for a long time here. How long has it been now? 17 years?
Over
No,
we had our 15th anniversary this past year.
2005.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, 17 years. Good for you, Rock. Eva does very good with that, Paul. She mixes up a blend she calls Keto Aid. It's water and salt and potassium chloride and then something, a little drink mix to make it a little more palatable. Yeah, she shoves ketoate in me, magnesium pills. Yep, she takes good care of me. I don't know the way I behave sometimes. I'm not sure why, but I love her. Anyhow, night, Lauren. See you tomorrow. I'll call you. Get ready to come over, and we'll see how you're set up. And I could come help you on that project a little bit too. Eva keeps close track of all these things, Paul.
Well, remember, we have a lot of errands to run tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a lot of errands. Thank you, Mr. Lodak. I hope so. It's looking pretty sketchy.
Mr. Lodak.
Oh. Okay, well, everybody, thank you for everything. Had another good evening. Happy prospecting, and keep it safe out there.